Morena.
Beach comms, check, check.
So speakers are on, we're live.
Yep. Kia ora koutou, Morena.
Morena. We are live for the WSL Fantasy Live Training Day here at Manu Bay, Raglan. Beautiful waves coming in down the point this morning as our World Tour surfers take over the lineup today for day one, day zero in fact actually, the WSL Fantasy Live Training Day here. The day before the Cero New Zealand Pro presented by Bonsoy. With this beautiful smaller swell, but those great long period swell lines.
Morena, kia ora koutou. We're live here, WSL Fantasy Live Training Day. It's a stunning morning out here, and we've got athletes in the water getting themselves acquainted with the point. Gav, looking pretty epic out there, dude.
A beautiful morning here at Manu Bay, mate. Beautiful out there. The world's best here at Raglan. Little training, little warm-up day, ready for the Cero New Zealand Pro, presented by Bonsoy. Great day, of course, the first air of the morning. A great day to start to see who your favourite servers are and get those fantasy picks locked in, mate. I think obviously a bit of a different system this year, so you've got to get them locked in today, ready to go. And just like the surfers, obviously no elimination round, so it's all on right from the start of your fantasy picks.
Yeah, and there's been just a fast-flowing feast of free surfing going on in the last few days, so there's been a few crew around that'll sort of, getting their fantasy picks sorted on basis of that free surfing, and we've got some beautiful action out here this morning. As Gav mentioned, long period ground swell in the water, and the boys are in position and they're going to make the most of this first line here. Goofy footer winding his way through this one, just trying to find the rhythm here. Can be a tricky way to get the rhythm. Let's go up a beautiful turn in the pocket there in this morning sunlight. Here, the WSL Fantasy Live Training Day, Cero New Zealand Pro, presented by Bonsoy. Welcome along, everyone, out there in YouTube land. Down on the point too. Looking at net service, we got 4 or 5, 6 days, bright sun, no wind.
Yeah, we've had a little bit of everything with the conditions this week. We had that big sort of almost ledge day the other day. That set the tone for the week, and then the next day was a good 3 to 4 foot and absolutely firing like a hi-fi sort of performance wave like we're sort of seeing right now out here in the lineup. Beautiful turns on the backhand, of course. One of those days that the natural footers are going to enjoy. So, Morena, everyone, welcome to Manu Bay, Raglan. The WSL Fantasy Live Training Day, we are underway. So we're going to have a little crossover of the male and female surfers out in the lineup this morning. And then we'll have just the ladies in the lineup later on this morning at 10 a.m. till about 11:30. Then around 11:30 till about 1 p.m. the men only out there. And then for the afternoon session between 1 to 3:30 we're going to have a combined men and women session again. So all the other surfers out there need to clear the lineup, as we have our World Tour surfers out there training today. Beautiful day for practicing, getting those backhand bangers on lock.
Yeah, and a great chance to lock in your fantasy surf team before Heat 1 starts, potentially Friday. So yeah, good chance here. Lock in your fantasy surf team. Get a really good look at the athletes warming up to these beautiful canvases here. Long period ground swell, as Gav mentioned, and just a great angle on it, mate, this morning. We go a couple of paddles here. This one's going to sort of run off, and a little inside runner here.
So yeah, you'll sort of get those bigger lulls when it's like this, but of course with that longer period when they do come in, we're getting nice sets. So the good thing is obviously we've had a few waves in each set as well, which is promising. for the next few days.
Yeah, little weights there, eh? You do get that with the long period here. But when they come, beautiful. We rocked up this morning, come down the hill. First light here, and just, yeah, stunning couple of sets coming through, and a few of the athletes out there early, getting a few laps in. And we've got a few of the green rashes kind of sneaking into the lineup here. It's the WSL Fantasy Live Training Day. If you just joined us, welcome along, guys. We're live out in YouTube land.
Good to see, of course, our friends out there on the ski as well, our water safety team.
It's a bit chilly out there this morning, Gav.
It's pretty crispy up on top of the water. Definitely warmer in the water than above it this morning, for sure. But that sun has already broken through, and we are set to have another beautiful day. So we see obviously a few crew out there, a few of the other surfers. Just look at that, the little feeding frenzy out there is looks like Barron nice and deep on this one.
Yeah, 110% Barron Mamiya. Spent a bit of time over here a few weeks back. Likes to sort of set his rhythm and just kind of have a look at a few different waves, but definitely laid down a few epic clips when he was here a few weeks back, Gav.
Yeah, it's great to see the last kind of couple of months a few of the surfers have come over. Obviously we were talking to Connor and Leo just the other day. Those guys came over for a good day's bit of a strike mission on one of the swells.
Coley, is it?
Yeah, it's Coley Bass.
Yeah, Coley Bass here, guys. Just
getting his laps in.
Finding that rhythm can be a tricky wave. Get the rhythm. Coley definitely not having too much trouble here. Come through the inside here. It'll break right through the inside on this higher tide.
Yeah, so we've got a dropping tide this morning.
Yeah, I think it's around 8:30 high. Don't quote me on that one, but yep.
I'm just going to check the surf line app, mate, and we'll make sure, eh?
Yeah, check it out. CT Training Day, WSL Fantasy Live Training Day here for the Corona Cero New Zealand Pro presented by Bonsoy. And just stunning under the watchful wire of Mount Karioi up top there.
So you have just gone past the high tide about sort of 20 past 7 this morning. So yeah, low tide 1:30 this afternoon, dropping tide all morning long. And if you don't already know, I mean, it looks pretty fun out there right now with the fuller tide, but it does love a lower tide here. Runs along the rocks, hugs those rocks beautifully.
Yeah, it's real debatable. You talk to people, hey, what's your favourite tide at Manu Bay? And it's like, some will say the high, some say the low, some say the mid. So
yeah, I think for me personally, once you get a bit more swell size, then I definitely like a bit more water on it. But mate, locals love everything out there. I mean, you won't get many waves unridden throughout the whole day. This looks like Oscar Berry up and riding that one, just getting ahead of him. Gotta be careful. It's still that little inside section still pretty shallow, of course. So
Oscar Berry, he's definitely going to be looking for a result. He's going to be coming up in the first round. So some interesting sort of thoughts there into your fantasy picks for that first round, guys. Guys like Oscar Berry, for example, he's going to be hungry. We know what he can do. Seen him light up a few really nice waves over at Snapper and in the first couple of stops, but he's going to be hungry for a result there. So, something to take into mind when you're picking your fantasy team.
Yeah, he's down in the tier C. Of course, you get sort of 2 of each, right? So, in the men's, you get 2 in the tier A, 2 in the tier B, and 2 in the tier C. So, Oscar Berry, like, say, mate, for him, it'll be about, hey, let's get out of this tier C, get yourself up in that B or A range. But a solid pick for your team, no doubt. I was just looking through, actually, the tier C is joined there by Al Cleland, who got to catch up with last night, and of course our local wildcard as well, Mr. Billy Stearman, will be out there doing some laps today as well. Eli Hanneman, Luke Thompson, Morgan Siblick, Ramsey Bookham, and the other wildcard, Mr. Tom Butlin. So there is, the talent day of the World Tour is just exceptional now. There is no easy heats. There's no easy tiers, that's for sure. Here we see one of the ladies tearing into it.
Looks like maybe Soy Lindblad, perhaps. I could be wrong there. Apologies out there if everyone's going, I know who that is. We'll suss it out. As you say, Gav, just absolute chisel machines, athletes, these guys and girls. I know, the Groms have been frothing, getting a chance to see them, and just the way they carry themselves on the land as well. And we've got a grey wetsuit out there. Pretty sure in grey. This might be Zhao Chunker.
It is. Razor sharp on the backhand, mate. There you go. Gets the link on that one. Drives it back through the wall there. And looking, looks like he's got the flow on too. It's a key thing out here at Manu.
He sure is. Just able to square up it there a little bit, Zhao. Look over a couple of beautiful turns here in the early morning light. And looks like we've got a nice stacked up set coming through here.
Yeah, no waves going unridden this morning, mate. That's what we want to see.
Zhao looking in scintillating form, yeah. So I can see people scrambling for their fantasy picks already. Those of us that have been here a few days have got a little fair idea with the amount of free surfing that's been going on, and we've had a good chance to been lucky enough to witness that. So I was listening to the Largo podcast last night, and I don't know, boys, there might be a few turnarounds there for the books. This is unmistakable style of Ethan here, Gav. He just kicks out of that one. Beautiful wave on the outside. Here we go. Camera picks up with it. And that is also unmistakable style of Caroline Marks right there, guys. Loving a chance to go left, Gav.
Yeah, look, bit more size on the set too. A couple of bigger ones out the back there. You see someone coming in from deep behind there, but Caroline making the most of that. You see, obviously it breaks, it goes wider into sort of the channel there. This one's starting to stand up.
Looks like Crosby to me. Crosby Kohler, is it? Maybe not. Oh, it's long. Yeah, Liam. Thanks, Drew.
Here we go, another great set. Can he get around it? If you just wait, this Yago coming around. Down that rail, being patient. He knows it's going to stand up on that rock line. And I love those kind of laybacks into it. Pushing that tail through. There we see another nice one. You've got to be a little bit careful here at Manu too. You get sort of hung up in that top lip line, so navigates that well. So no, you'd sort of, obviously the goofies are frothing on the left, but a bit more size on it. Definitely stands up well for the backhanders as well. Like Seth Menez. Having some fun out there. One of the Wahine up and riding. This is
Luana Silver, guys. Yeah. Yellow jersey. Just breakthrough performance on the Goldie. Some beautiful surfing she got done, and moved her way through the draw with precision, and ended up getting the win there. See Cowling on another one who's been finding his rhythm. Great to see Lulu out there as well. As I say, we're figuring this out on the fly up here in the box, and
mate, how good is it though for training day? The waves are on for everyone out there.
Yep.
So great to have everyone tuned in, of course, but also right here live at the beach. The WSL Fantasy Live Training Day underway, and you can see all the pros just ripping into it this morning. Cole Hulschman up and riding right now.
Setting a nice pace to this one, just figuring out that corner there, Cole. And, he's looking pretty comfortable, to be fair. He's been a standout in the lead-up, Gav.
Yeah, he's been over a few times too, mate. He's ducked in and out in between some of the events, doing time over here. So he's looking, like I say, very comfortable out in the lineup, mate. Definitely enjoyed the bigger swell the other day. He's a standout for sure. This is Eli Hanneman.
Yeah, I think that's Baron. Pretty sure it's
Sorry.
Baron. Yeah. Baron Mamiya. Another one of the Hawaiians. Eli Hanneman is out there as well, I'm pretty sure, Gav. You saw Eli doing a couple of laps earlier. It's Baron Mamiya. Knows a little bit about this wave, as I said, visited a few weeks back, but we know what he can do at pipe. We know his pedigree there. Obviously a whole different ball game out here with this point break set up here at Manu Bay, on the west coast of New Zealand. And she has a lot of moods, this wave. We're going to see the unmistakable style of Ethan Ewing here as he just sort of cruises up to his feet and sets his pace for this here. Ethan's backhand is pretty sharp. He's sort of famous for that forehand flow, but some pretty good backhand weapons that he can go to, Ethan. If you just joined us, welcome along. WSL Fantasy Live Training Day here at the Cero New Zealand Pro, presented by Bonsoy, and a great chance for you to have a look at your picks, have a look at the athletes. Beautiful canvases out here this morning, and just still a really nice long period groundswell in the water. Coley last there, he's been out there a little while.
So yeah, of course, obviously today's the last chance really. I mean, we are hoping the swell stays solid, and we're looking hopefully for a potential start tomorrow, day one of the waiting period.
Jack Robbo's made his way into the water.
Nice little slide of the tail, which just gets hung up in the lip line there. But of course, not only a fantasy surfing team, but of course, you'll lock in those bracket picks as well for Heat 1 starts. The potential start tomorrow. You see Kanoa up and riding. You can see that, just being patient, waiting for it to step up. And it starts to attack that section as it does. Definitely feeling the flow out there, Kanoa.
Yeah, he's one of those surfers sort of gifted with a natural flow, and he's from a young age showed a talent and kept up with it, and he is becoming one of the flow masters on tour, isn't he, Kanoa? Alongside his superior sort of heat savvy that he has.
Oh, big rooster out of the tail on that one.
Oh, measures up a second one there too, and a third here on that bowl section on the outside of Manu Bay.
Seth Menez.
Yes, Seth. As another one of those surfers, Seth's going to be hungry. Looking for a result down the bottom of the table. Had a few tough heats from the outset. Seth's another one. Some really interesting picks in this first round for your WSL fantasy picks. Seth, it's going to be frothing for a result. Eli Hanneman is in that kind of bracket as well. Oh, Billy Stearman, ladies and gentlemen.
Local wildcard.
Yeah, out there for a couple of laps. There's no one out in the water that'll know the wave better than Billy does. And check it out, guys. Billy just bit of a morning run, Gav.
Yeah, mate. He's just, literally warming up. But you're right. The man has the read on this wave like no other. Needs no introduction locally, but of course a great chance for him to be front and centre on the world stage. Obviously been a campaigner for many years now. Been on the Challenger Series, but he is so stoked to be in his first World Tour event right here at home at Raglan on the wave that has just refined his surfing over the years here at Manu Bay. And mate, the whole country is wrapped around Billy, as well as Tom and Alani. Great to have our Kiwi wildcards in the mix.
Yeah, 110%. A lot of excitement going around the surf community here in New Zealand for those wildcards. And of course, yeah, as Gav said, Billy,
he's got to be in your fantasy pick, right? I might have done mine last night. I'll allude to that a bit later, but
he's going to be coming up against Luke Thompson, South African. Sort of, should we say, prodigy? Who also has a fair few tricks up his sleeve. 9 times New Zealand champ, I think, Gav.
He won his 9th national championship this year in Gisborne, earlier this year.
Yep.
The most winningest ever.
As well, when Billy was young, he was in the Maz Quinn era, Maz J. Quinn, Bobby Hansen, a whole host of other you know, surfers are at their peak, and you know, Billy cut his teeth with those guys, and then just took things to the stratosphere. Nine national titles, and still on the Challenger Series, still doing it at the top of his game. Caroline, I think. Just gonna bring that one in.
Just watching the lineup too, Jack Rob, just tearing through that inside one. Look at the sets, mate. We're not getting much of a lull at the moment. Tide's starting to draw out. Oh, beautiful set. Marco it is.
Oh, Marco.
Enjoying that one?
I've been so impressed with his air game this year. Haven't really seen much of him before he started on tour this year, Gaff, but man, he is some sort of talent, huh?
Yeah, he's, I think, turned a lot of heads early in the year with, like, say, the airs were exceptional. Oh, speaking of, Cole throwing that one right around, but just coming twisted and tangled up.
If you just joined us, welcome along out in YouTube land, WSL Fantasy Live Training Day. Over here in New Zealand at the Corona Cero New Zealand Pro, presented by Bonsoy.
You see, mate, the vision of the rocks there, that gives everyone a bit of indication from around the world tuning in. The challengers are getting in and out of the lineup here at Manu Bay and Raglan. Oh, that's Oscar Berry up and riding. You see him pushing those turns. I mean, that's the great thing about practice day, right? Nothing ventured, nothing gained, so they can kind of push it, try, you know, different boards out. Maybe if they haven't already given them a run the last few days, maybe they're like, oh, I'm thinking about these fins, whatever. So a good chance for them to kind of throw everything at it, figure out what's going to work.
Yeah, feel it out, get the rhythm of the wave. You see, you know, you look at the way Barron has been approaching a few of his waves this morning, just tell he's kind of feeling things out, you know, just trying to catch that rhythm, and go from there sort of thing.
Had a little chat to Oscar last night at one of the events in town. He's fizzing to be here, so great to see Matt, who's supporting him, mate, helping him live this dream on the Dream Tour.
Yeah, 110%.
Mate, and for the WSL 50th anniversary, of course, it's a dream for every Kiwi that we've finally got the World Tour to New Zealand, here in Aotearoa.
Yeah, sure it is. We're pretty proud of our waves in our country, and yeah, like you say, there's been a buzz going around the surf community, and I know that everyone's just absolutely stoked to have the show roll into town.
And we see Mr. Yago Dora, just again, mate, just having a bit of a play out there, really, isn't he?
Current world champ. What a year he had last year. Just power game, ears, everything, you name it. Took the world title out. Just seemed to have all the moves. If he was a chess player, man, he had a full bag of tricks last year, Kev.
Sure did, mate. Put it all together at Fiji there.
I'm going to see Cole just have a look at this inside runner here. Cole Houshman.
He was, for me, mate, the big day, I think it was Tuesday, we got that first big swell after the storm. He was an absolute standout for me. I was like, that's it. I mean, to be fair, I love the guy, his style, his power. But that was, yeah, I literally put him on my team that night. Yeah. I was like, I'm just going to lock that one in right now, mate. Yeah. So, I don't know, will everyone else, we'll get some stats maybe later on as the day goes on from our fantasy surfer.
And looks like Tommy Butland in the water there, New Zealand wildcard. Can see him just kind of front left green vest there.
Mr. Tommy B. All the way from Taranaki.
Crew's having a little chat. Looks pretty social out there. Pretty classic shot there. You can see them all just having a yarn.
Just bobbing around it's like a little pack of seagulls, mate. Just bobbing around the lineup.
Yeah, and Billy's hunting around underneath here. Just foxing them around.
How cool is that, mate? Tom Butland just going, you know what? He's been like, we called it the content guy, becomes the comp guy. The last couple of years, he's had a bit of an injury too. Last year, coming back from injury. And, mate, he has made a comeback in a big way. Took out the king and queen of the point, the backdoor king and queen of the point. Only a few weeks ago to score that wild card. Basically was the WSL trials for this one.
No small feat, Gav, taking that comp out of the who's who, yeah?
Oh, it was 5 days of everything Mother Nature threw at us. We had big stormy surf, we had small performance days, and yeah, Mr. Tom Butlin managed it all, mate. Put on an absolute clinic out there to take the wild card.
They're really attacking those ledge lips, and Fast as Lightning looked every bit deserving of the place in the wildcard spot.
Definitely a power surfer. I mean, the man's got a pretty solid air game, but I have no doubt if he gets into that more 4 or 5 foot plus range, I think that's where I think the world will take notice of Tommy's level of surfing.
Absolutely. If you haven't checked out his clips on YouTube, get on there. He's got some insane stuff he's dropped. So that's really exciting, especially for New Zealand and all of us here from New Zealand. Tom Butlin out there. We haven't seen him ride a wave yet. We'll let you know when he does. The people's champ. It's a bit of a term that gets thrown around, maybe a bit cliched, but mate, for me that's sort of, I think that encompasses Tommy B's nature. He's the people's champ. I mean, mate, I know for a fact, I think half of Taranaki's moving up here for the next 10 days to support him. I talked to a number of my friends yesterday. There's a few issues with the road down there, and some of them are driving, I don't know, the best part of, what should only be a few hours. It's going to be a full day mission to get here, but they are en route as we speak, ready to be on the sidelines tomorrow here at Manu Bay, cheering them on. Yeah, nice people coming from all over, sorting out their travel plans. So Jow just running out of water on that one. I'll go wondering where the wave went underneath them. Looking down the lineup, that you do get the old sun in the eyes too. This time of day, this time of morning. Beautiful from our view, of course. Lights up the lineup. But for the servers as they're taking off, as they're looking down the sections, it can you get a little bit of a sun flare. Dude, how good is that? If Manu Bay was like this any other day of the week, there'd be a pretty solid crew out there. Absolutely. Look at that beautiful pan back shot here, the bay. Dude, exceptional. It's a real special place. And the locals hold it in such high regard. It's a focal point of the community out here, Manu Bay. You can see now too the rock line just at the bottom of the screen there, mate. Obviously as the tide draws out, people start to see those rocks more and more. Get an understanding of how this beautiful wave just rolls down the points. You see that? Just getting a little bit funky on that kind of wider section. That's where it can get a little bit tricky. You've got to really cut back into the pocket. This one's got a bit of lump and bump all through the face of it. But everyone is keen to get their quota, get their fill today. Barron's starting to find his flow as he just eases into the morning out here. WSL Fantasy Live Training Day. Beautiful morning dawning. I'm going to step out, mate. Our good mate, Mr. J. Piper Helium's going to jump on in and catch up with you. Awesome, Gav. We're going to be swapping it out here and there. Mr. Gavin Bisman checking out. We've got J. Piper Helium jumping on board here. I'm Simon Fritchley. We've also got True Starling floating around, I'm pretty sure. Had the pleasure of running into True yesterday out at the gate, and she popped her head in here, so she'll be hearing from True as well as the morning goes on. Jay, welcome on board, mate. How's the morning going, dude?
Oh, it's been a beautiful morning, Simon. Yeah, it's good to be here, and it's good to be watching some action go down at Manu Bay. It's great. Oh, there we go. Local wildcard Alani Morse. First wave I've seen of her this morning, finishing that one off. So it's cool to see Alani out there mixing and mingling with all the pros.
Yeah, she'll feel good about that. A couple of nice turns there. First wave for the Cero New Zealand Pro Fantasy Live Training Day presented by Bonsoy. And yeah, Lani Moss, like I say, she'll feel good about that. A couple of good turns here on her home, at her home break. And pulled off a giant killing mission, Jay, to take out the trials a couple of weeks back.
Yeah, she sure did. Took down Paige Harab, which obviously Paige Harab, New Zealand surfing royalty, and she took her down right in the last, was it 10 seconds? I actually wasn't here for the event, but
yeah, it was a buzzer beater for sure.
Up and riding there, Miguel Pupo.
Miggy's out there. Oh, beautiful cut down snap there. Yeah, buzzer beater for Alani to take the title, and she's over the moon. Really excited to compete and get a chance. She's going to be coming up against Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, she's got Betty Lou in the first heat, or heat number 8 of the round 1, which is going to be exciting. There's going to be a lot of fans watching that one. A lot of support there for Alani down on the rocks, on the hill. That's one of the special things about Manu Bay. Watching surfing here, it's so close. You're so close to the action, so close to Jack Robbo, working his way down on a little one. And it's going to be a pretty unique thing. We're quite elevated here, Simon. We've got a good view from this this standpoint, but all along the whole point, you can pretty much, you could throw a rock at them if you wanted to.
Yeah, it's a wonder of nature. Yeah, it's such a great amphitheatre. As you say, Jay, it is one of those places you could pull up in your car and literally, you know, yell to people in the lineup, or it is a wonder of nature, and we're set up here on the point beautifully. The crew's worked overtime to get these structures and some really beautiful features for the event set up here. And as you say, Jay, yeah, we're perched on up here down at the back of the point next to the judges box. We've got an epic view, and I can just see a sort of mid-range set coming through here. We're going to see a paddle in a second, folks. Tom Butland, ladies and gentlemen, New Zealand wildcard, is going to set the pace on this one, Jay.
Yeah, Tommy, to be honest, even though it does look pretty nice, and it looks nice from when you're watching it live, but that wind is actually pretty tough, and that's a little devil wind. We've got nor'easterly coming up. Usually comes up kind of in this early morning. First light we get a bit of a glass, and then when that nor'east comes up, it actually gets really tricky to surf. And it's all about timing. It really highlights any weaknesses on your backhand or on your forehand. And Miggy just working his way on a little one. Those little ribs coming across. You do one little thing wrong, and you're going to bog rail, you're going to catch, you're going to fall off. And Miggy just finding a little inside runner all the way through. These guys are the world best, so they know how to do it. But it can still trick up a few.
Yeah, just some beautiful surfing from Miguel here, and he's feeling the flow, and he'll just throw a little oop there just for fun. And as Jay said, yeah, that devil wind, just those ribs you can see start to sort of coming up on the face here. Pretty sure it's Yago, Jay, yeah.
Yago Dora up and riding, and someone like Yago kind of loves that wind, because that little wind holds his board to his feet. He can try punts, he can do those little airs, like that little spin just then, work his way through. So yeah, that wind, I've seen Italo. I'm sure a lot of people have seen Italo. The highlight reel, he was on fire, and it was a similar wind. Up and riding now. Got Carly Vast, big hack through.
Carly, chance to just open the shoulders there a bit more as he stays smooth on that calf slightly higher in the face. Yeah, looking pretty good out there for your fantasy pick. WSL Fantasy Live Training Day, folks. Get on the phone, get on the website, suss out, lock in your fantasy surfing team and your bracket. You can guess how the bracket's going to go. You get points for that too. Before Heat 1 starts, ladies and gentlemen, on the 15th, which is tomorrow. So yeah, it's a good chance here. WSL Fantasy Live Training Day at the Cero New Zealand Pro, presented by Bonsoy, and Billy Stearman's going to be featuring in round 1, taking on Morgan Siblich. Is he taking? Yeah, Billy's going to be surfing against Morgs. Is he? Yeah. In his round 1 heat, so that's a lot of people looking forward to that. Some of the boys negotiating the rocks here can be tricky. It's one of those spots where you never really surf without cutting yourself. Jay, there's little muscles down there in between the rocks. Connor O'Leary finding his way safely off the rocks there. Here we go, Zhao. Jalchanka has been looking really good in the free surfing too. And Tommy Butlin just sort of having a look at that one as it goes wide on the crew. No takers. Wave just peeling through unridden there. A few more people sort of just sneaking, popping up in the lineup now, Jay.
Yeah, it is. And for those watching at home, this practice day is quite a relatively new thing that the WSL have been running. And it's amazing because it gives us a chance to really watch them at the venue. They don't have to battle the crowds. Manu Bay can be a crowded wave, so it's nice to see them out there. But now we're looking at 36 of the world's best, plus might be more, out there battling. So it is interesting, up and riding now. Liam O'Brien, I was having a chat to his coach actually yesterday, surfing with him. Liam's been feeling good. He's been enjoying the wave, and you can kind of tell here. Love Liam's backhand. Coming through this one. And the tricky thing here, and the thing that a lot of the time can be an advantage for backhand surfers, is they can find the lip. And it's all about getting those hits up and riding. So Liam O'Brien finding a few and just working his way. A lot of surfers will be opting to do the run around today, going out off jump rock. There's a few different ways you can get out into the water. There is jump rock, which I'm sure a few people saw Rio Wader when he was here a couple months ago, getting absolutely smoked. And up and riding world number one, Luana Silva. She's been a standout for me. I've been watching a lot of surfing from the rocks, and she has been on fire. So it'll be pretty cool to see her. Don't know who she's going to verse yet. Someone's going to come through from that first round.
Yeah, full of confidence right now, Luana. Obviously wearing the yellow jersey. How could you not be?
Yeah. Crosby Colapinto up and riding now too. So everyone's out there getting their reps in. And Ethan as well. So Ethan working with Kiwi coach Matt Scorange. It's pretty cool to see Scars working with Ethan.
Yeah, for sure. There's a few of the athletes have hired the expertise of Matty Scorange.
Yeah, we've got Gabby Bryan as well working with Matty. And then I think he's had a few words for the Kiwi crew as well. Obviously nice. Matt, Art of Surfing. You can see there the setup if you are watching on the live stream. It's a little town down here, and it's so cool watching the car park here at Manu Bay just turn into the event it is. Something we've always dreamed of here in New Zealand, so it's pretty cool to see it come to fruition. You can kind of get a good gauge on the wave and how it breaks and where everyone's sitting. Everyone's kind of tucked up the top there. One thing that can be quite easy to do here is get stuck behind, and you've got to make sure you make it around that first section and start working your way down the point. So sometimes you can sit deeper. Sometimes when you've got a crowd, they push you a bit deeper than you want to be. But these guys are just flying over sections. And we see Caroline Marks now taking off quite deep.
Yeah, getting a little run up into this runway. And she'll definitely make it. So you can see there, you know, as Jay alluded to, a little slightly deeper takeoff for Caroline. And she definitely made the corner there. Sometimes you get those chip-ins further up. There's definitely a few different types of wave, as is with most, you know, spots. You know, sort of 3 or 4 different types of wave as it'll hit the top of the point there. You can see them sort of chatting about stuff out the back there. It's pretty cool. If you just joined us, welcome along to WSL Fantasy Live Training Day at the Corona Cero New Zealand Pro presented by Bonsoy. Great chance, get your fantasy picks locked and loaded before we start Heat 1 tomorrow morning. I'm pretty sure that's not official, but yeah, pretty sure we're going to be looking for a start tomorrow morning. Jay, that swell it's kind of holding today, and then with any luck holding into tomorrow. You checked any forecast, dude?
Oh, I've been looking at the forecast for probably the last few weeks, trying to see what's going to happen. It is tricky, but one thing that Raglan does like a long period, and sometimes it can show up more. It can kind of overperform. And I think that's what we're seeing today. That longer period really showing up. And we get like 10 wave sets, so it's good to see showing up. This morning when I rolled in, it was glassy. There was about 4 people out, and it was pretty cooking.
Alani here, using her local knowledge to pick one off a bit deep from the pack. This is Alani Morse, ladies and gentlemen. Trials winner.
So Morena, beautiful morning here at Manu Bay. Morena, welcome to everyone who's joining us here, out here on the point this morning to enjoy, of course, the WSL Fantasy Live Training Day underway right now. We see a little lull in the sets as everyone regroups. Winding it up, unleashing on that one. Oh, and a nice little bit of tail flare and rides out. Gotta be careful, those little rocks starting to pop through as the tide drains out, of course. And of course, great to have everyone here with us locally, but as well tuned in, enjoying this. Live action right now, Lani Morse, our local wildcard up and riding. Raglan is so excited to have Alani representing New Zealand. Only 15 years old. Has spent her life surfing these waves. And, taking out the backdoor king and queen of the point only a few weeks ago to score the wild card. She'd already been invited to Stab High as well, just as a side note. She's got a bit of an air game, young Alani. And so cool. Took the wild card and went, you know what, I'm going to stay home and be in a World Tour event here in Manu Bay. On the backhand here, this is Huey. Just enjoying it, rapping, running, and throwing a few little treats at every wave that's coming through. You know, friends, Raglan roast is fired up down there too. So if you've come down, you're a little bit chilly here in the morning breeze. Get down, catch up with our mates. Raglan roast. I mean, best coffee in the world, maybe. Definitely in Raglan. Exceptional brews down there. How good is this? Park up, enjoy your coffee, and watch the world's best. Relish these real just fun conditions today. Some performance sets still rolling through, of course. You see a bit of motion in the ocean. Everyone's sort of just setting themselves up to be in the spot.
We've got Ramsey up and riding, surfer from Morocco. He's been out a lot at Manu Bay. It's been cool to see him. Saw him do one turn the other night that kind of blew me away. It was a carve, and then he just brought it all the way around. Slid the fins out.
Yeah, had a little catch up with him in the old car park the other day, mate. Legend of a man. Good value, bit of banter. It was classic. I think all the pros have been pretty stoked coming in. Obviously, we've had some fun conditions pre-event for everyone to get on and get doled in out there. Gives them a good chance to try all their equipment out too.
Yeah, it would be interesting to know whether their equipment changes, because Manu Bay, even though it looks really fun, it can actually be quite a challenging wave to surf. Doesn't always have the power in the right part of the wave. Sometimes you've got to really work it and find that lip. And
you got to find that sweet spot in your board sort of quiver of you want a bit of foam, bit of flatness maybe to kind of get through, keep that speed momentum through those flatter sections. But of course, when it does hit those bowly little corners, you want to really be able to kind of have the most performance board under your feet. So yeah, trying to find that nice little balance point. Mate, most of these guys are riding Ferraris out there anyway, aren't they?
Yeah, for sure.
I don't think you would have had too many bringing like bigger step ups, but definitely, there'd be a number of their sort of short boards, maybe just a few little tweaks.
Yeah, I think we might have to go and find a few and see what they are riding. It'd be good to know.
Be nice, mate. Be nice. More intrigued too to see if everyone's. I mean, it looks like most are kind of stuck with the standard thruster setup, but
yeah, I did actually see Felipe heading out yesterday on a quad, so it'll be interesting to see if there is a few quads getting around, because quads can be fun. You get a lot of speed down the line.
Yeah, definitely. You see a few more on the line up here than probably most of the other places, especially for myself. Obviously, being on the East Coast, normally it's just the old classic kind of beachy setup. So.
And we can see on the screen, if you are watching the broadcast, Gabriel Medina entering the lineup, having a little chat to the local wildcard, Billy Stearman. Medina, I'm going to say, probably has been the standout for me in the free surfs when I've been watching. He's been unbelievable, and obviously when you're a 3-time world champ, that is going to be the case. And if you are down here on the rocks, make sure you go get a Raglan roast coffee. They are delicious. Gav was talking about them before. I might even have to go get a second one soon.
Yeah, I think we'll treat ourselves. What do you reckon?
Yeah, I reckon. But there is also a lot of other stuff going on. We've got the backdoor shop down there. You can get your merch. I was having a chat to Hutch yesterday. It is flying out the door. So they're open. They'll be open today if they're not already. Go and get the merch. I heard the athlete jerseys were also going, and I've seen Groms rocking them with about 200 signatures already on them. So
yeah, so a few of the Groms run around their jerseys yesterday, getting them all signed up. It was pretty rad, mate. I mean, we're big kids, we're big Groms, and we're pretty excited. But the Groms, the Kiwi Groms, are just fizzing. I don't even know what the word is. There's no word that encapsulates how much excitement there is for the Kiwi Groms having this tour in town. Ramsey just, making the most of that, wasn't it? Like section after section on that one.
Little bobble at the end, but yeah. Pretty sick wave, and it's pretty cool just to see these guys with all their power. You can see Tom Bartlett having a dig in to this one.
Yeah, just runs away on them, that one. Obviously, this is the cool thing too. Sometimes those are inside sections. So many, I think, of my best waves at Manu are always like you're basically paddling back out from one, and then one just comes a bit wider, steps up as we see.
We've got Yago Dora up and riding now.
Yeah, just chasing the line down on that one, but that inside section starting to stand up nicely as the tide just drains out a bit more this morning.
This is stop number 4 of the 2026 Championship Tour. So we've already had the Aussie treble up and riding now. Leo going to work his way on a good size set. And kind of handling that one pretty well. That's where that lip gets a bit fluffy and it's hard to kind of commit to a proper turn, but then also not push too hard and push out the back of the wave. So figuring it out. Sammy Pupo out the back too. Working his way. He's been on fire in the first 3 events. Performances at Snap were unbelievable, and it's cool now to see him on the backhand squaring up through the chop. You can kind of see those guys. It kind of gets to a point here at Manu Bay. You could stay on the wave and you can surf it all the way down to the boat ramp, but most of the scoring potential of the wave, you're looking at this first kind of few sections. Oscar Berry now up and riding. Pushing hard through that one and squaring up again. So Oz connecting nicely.
So of course, if you couldn't be here to join us here on the points and watch it up close as we see Mr. Medina rapping through that one. WSL YouTube is live, so we are broadcasting, of course, this morning till I think approximately about midday-ish. So we've got everyone out there this morning, males and females, and the ladies are going to have the lineup all to themselves from about 10 a.m. for an hour and a half or so, and then the gentlemen after that, and then this afternoon another mixed session. And then we've actually got the rising tides coming up later this afternoon as well, mate.
It's going to be cool to see the rising tides here and flying at all Raglan.
Yep, so the under 14-year-olds, 9 of the boys, 9 of the girls, from all around Aotearoa, literally from down south to up north. We've got groms from around the entire country who are, how epic is that? They're going to chuck on a rashi and paddle out this afternoon with the World Tour pros out there in the lineup at Manu Bay.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Dude, it's been amazing. The kids have been so excited about it. As we've travelled around the country doing the various Grom comps and things. Mate, to have that on the line, I don't think that under 14s has been so competitive this year. Here we see.
We've got Alejo up and riding now. Nice to see Alejo here in New Zealand.
Oh, how cool is it?
Yeah. It was last year on tour, so he's kind of made that announcement. World number 1, Luana Silva. Finding one of the biggest set waves.
Yeah, nice one, that one. We've had a bit of everything with the swell forecasting too, but thanks to our friends at Surfline. Crunching the data, mate. And we'll be leaning into that probably later today. Everyone coming together to look at the next 10 days, of course, try and pick what we think will be the best of it.
And Eli Hanneman blowing the tail there.
How was that? That was one of the best of the morning.
I think he's going to be a little dark horse. I think with this wind especially, this is right up his alley. He is unbelievable. He's got those full rotation air reverses on his back end on lock, so...
Yeah, and I mean, this is the perfect kind of wave for it too. It gives you that perfect little kind of corner that comes back at you. Oh, here's someone who knows how to do those too, mate.
Yeah, he knows exactly what he's doing out here. Squaring up. Looking to throw one.
Those new CIs are looking rather crispy under the feet of Mr. Billy Stearman. Just, mate, he's so excited. Here we see Alani Morse, our local wildcard. You can see that, just being patient. She knows what's going to happen. She knows it's going to step up, get better and better.
And Carly Vast now up and riding too. Tearing through that one.
Dude, beautiful. How's the tweak on the tail on that one?
And Baron Mamiya now as well. Baron's been ripping. It's been cool to see Baron on his backhand out here. Even yesterday, it was a little bit smaller yesterday, and to be honest, that wind was even stronger, and Baron was just squaring up down the whole point, so it was cool to see. There's another one that's really confusing me with my fantasy picks. I've picked the team, I've changed it again, and I'm definitely going to be changing it at the end of today.
I gave myself a deadline at 3 p.m. today. I'm just going to, that's it. I mean, up until then, I'm like, maybe based on basically what we're going to watch today, like everyone else, I'm going to use this as my last chance to really make those changes if I think so, and then after 3 o'clock I told myself that's it. I'm just going to lock the team in and just leave it to there. It's like Connor up and riding. Oh, dude, the power on the man.
Unbelievable.
You know the confidence is going to be right through the roof for him at the moment too.
It was really interesting actually, Connor talking last night at the Swellians event. He was saying that he's kind of come in with the mindset this year that he even though he got a second at Snapper, he's kind of wiping that. And he's like, all right, new event. And he's coming with that mindset because he's believing in himself, and it's really cool to see. he's going to be pushing for that world title conversation. So I'm pretty excited to see what Connor does here.
Yeah, it was, I don't know, it was like kind of humbling to hear that one. It was like, he's like, man, it doesn't matter if it's, first heat and you're out, or literally all the way to the finals. Just every event's a new chance. And just, pretty much, he looked so comfortable in himself last night. And I think you see that come through just in the interviews. You see, in amongst the events and that as well. Some of the podcast stuff that's out there, which has been cool to watch. But yeah, just I think that, probably, geez, you chase it for years and years, and you get there, and then you're chipping away, and you're putting a lot of pressure on yourself. Sometimes, I mean, we hear the surfers talk about, right, they let it go, and it starts to work for them. Speaking of let it go in the lineup.
Lobby up and riding, Liam O'Brien. Just finding a smaller one, but I'm wondering, because we are looking at a bit of a tapering swell, maybe some of these surfers are strategically choosing these smaller waves and then thinking, wow, this might be more like what we're going to surf tomorrow.
Yep. Go and switch on the end of the wet one.
Probably also the fact that there's about 20 of the world's best out on the actual takeoff spot, so I might as well get some smaller ones.
Yeah, might as well just pick up what I can in amongst it. No, here we see everyone getting a chance. This is like Carly.
Getting a little bit stuck up in the wind. For those that are tuning in, obviously, it's a new stop on the World Tour. It's a brand new wave, and it's been really exciting seeing that kind of come to fruition. We've got a brand new wave. We've got surfers coming and surfing here for the first time. A lot of these guys, chatting to them, it is their first time coming to Raglan, so it's kind of interesting to see that. And we've got a little bit of a breakdown of Raglan at Manu Bay here in Whangaroa, as we see Tom Butland up and riding, coming in from behind, but that one going fast. So ideal conditions kind of does change around a little bit. Breaks through the tides. We got a little bit of a higher tide this morning, and we'll see it drop out, and you will see the wave change. It's got a few different faces. There's obviously been clips of the ledge breaking, which is that outside barreling section. At this size, we're probably not going to see that come into play.
Yeah, you generally need just that bigger swell, don't you, really, for that to sort of fire up. I mean, again, too, that's not necessarily a thing that happens all day long. It's definitely a bit sort of tide dependent.
And then with swell direction, southwest swell being ideal. Sometimes we can get a bit more of west in the swell, and we get these bigger walls, but they're a bit faster, and they kind of peel down the inside of the point a bit better. And then a little bit more from the south, we can just see those beautiful ruler edge swell lines coming in, what we call corduroy lines here.
Yeah.
It's the most classic, overused statement for Raglan, I think, ever.
Cords are pretty comfortable though, mate.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I go. Just, mate, just playing around out there now. You can actually see, I think it's just, I mean, that's the good thing, right? No pressure today. Everyone just gets a chance to, hey, look, probably like say too, mindful of like last minute chances for them to go, hey, look, I feel like this is the board at the moment, but I'm just going to try this other one again, or I hope. Oh, man, destroying this thing through the inside. That's been the coolest thing to watch, just how good these people are up close. I think, you watch, obviously for us in New Zealand, we've never had this here on our own shores. So you're always watching on the old big screen or TV, watching the live webcast. But to be in the lineup with them, or to just be here on the rocks enjoying it, watch the performance up close. The speed has been the standout for me this week. The speed of the surfing has been incredible. One of our wahine.
Yeah, wahine out there. Just working our way through on this little one. And obviously new event, but we have had pro surfing here before, and we can throw it right back. The 1976 Amco Radio Hodaki Pro at North Piha.
Yeah.
It was the first professional surfing event, World Tour event, and it was held here in New Zealand at Piha, so a couple hours north on the west coast. And there is actually very little kind of media and history of that event. It's kind of disappeared.
Yeah, I was going to say, mate, I wasn't even too aware of it. I remember, obviously, we've got a few things in the 90s and back in 06 with a few of the surfers here doing exhibitions. But yeah, we dug into the archives. So 50 years ago, the World Tour came to Piha.
Yeah, now it's back. And then obviously we did have the New Zealand Surf Festival from 2010 to 2013, which was the Women's World Tour event. Obviously Paige Harrod was on the tour at the moment. It was down there in Taranaki.
Yeah, it was a cool event.
It was amazing. And it was really important for women surfing in New Zealand. Paige obviously out there kind of leading the way, and she did it for many years.
Yeah, been an incredible ambassador for women's surfing, but also just New Zealand surfing on the world stage for, like say, the last decade or so.
And do you know who won that first event, Gav? You cast your mind back. It was a rookie, first year on tour, and it was her first ever event win.
I have no idea, mate. I remember being just amazed by I remember Coco Ho being a standout for me on one of the events I was down there in Taranaki, but who was it, Jake?
It was Carissa Moore.
It was.
So Carissa Moore, rookie
of course.
season.
And how amazing, once she won that, I remember now what she did after the fact with that win and what she did for the community down there.
Yeah, she donated her prize winning to Waitara Bar Board Riders. So
that was incredible.
Amazing.
I remember that and just being like, that is amazing. Takes the win, turns around and says to the local community, I want to support you in helping getting your junior surfers basically overseas. They use that to go to Hawaii and take the tamariki, the children, the groms, over there to soak up more surfing culture. Right, that was incredible what she did after that one.
Yeah. So 2010, Carissa Moore took that one out. 2011, Sally Fitz. She's in the draw here. 2012, Stephanie Gilmore. So we've got 3 past event winners in New Zealand.
Yeah.
And then 2013, Courtney Conolog. So
CC.
Yeah. Pretty cool to see that little bit of history. But then we're also creating history here today and for the next 10 days. It's amazing to have both the men and women's draw here in Whangaroa Raglan. And a world champ up and riding now. Caroline Mark, little party wave with Bilbo. And Billy has been doing a few of those patent backhand throw tails.
I don't know if he even realised she might have been there or whether it was like, let's go.
I don't think he did. He did throw a little Manu wave at the start of that. Now we've got Gabe.
Just decides not to run over Mr. Billy Stearman there. You see Connor getting the hop on. Here we get just building that momentum, chasing that section down as it starts to step up over the rocks. Staying lively on this one.
Yeah, it's a fine balance between pushing too hard and kind of blowing out the back or kind of not doing a big enough turn. And so that's what these guys are figuring out today. Felipe having a little look. Obviously he was electric in G-Land back when they had the event there. So I'm kind of basing my fantasy team a little bit off his performances there. I haven't seen too much of him here in Raglan. So
I started to look at basically just track down Lower's footage, Lower's lefts. I was like, I don't know. I mean, it's similar, shall we say. But I started trawling through the archives of some Lower's footage of any of the surfers just to go, what do I think based on that? But really, to be honest, mate, the best thing is the last few days we've had, again, everything from 5 foot to 1 foot. And it's been great to see them right here and kind of really see their read on the wave.
And now Matthias Hurdy up and riding. He's been floating around, surfing a bunch out here too. The last few days he was looking electric. So he's known for his forehand. He's known for his forehand aerials, and his performance at Snapper was amazing. So it's quite cool to now see him on the back end. Luke Thompson. If you are tuning in, this is the WSL Fantasy Live Training Day here at the Corona Cero New Zealand Pro, presented by Bonsoy. You got myself, Jay, along with Gav, and then Simon's floating around as well. We're kind of calling the action, but this is a great opportunity for you guys to watch the surfers surfing a new wave, lock in that fantasy team, and try and figure out who is going to get you the most points.
Yeah, cool to see Luke Thompson there, mate, the rookie this year. Through the old Challenger Series qualifier. Stoked to have him here in Aotearoa with us. It's like one of our wild cards for the year. Ramsey up and riding. How weird is that to see on the wild cards that it's Ramsey Bookham and Gabriel Medina? Two names, synonymous with the World Tour for many years.
Yeah.
And those are our wild cards for the year. And then, of course, our local wild cards, one of which is riding right now. Going right at Manu Bay.
There are a few good rights at Manu Bay, but we won't tell anyone. Yeah, obviously Gabe and Ramsey having injuries, so it's cool to see them being granted the wild cards.
Yeah. Well, and great to see them back, just in form. And Medina obviously already well and truly putting the tour on notice.
It's cool to see Medina start off the year so strong. He's always kind of a really good closer. He usually comes home hot with those events, so he's already started off, and he might give himself a bit of breathing room now with Billy Stearman up and riding. Getting a little bit stuck behind. It is quite interesting to see. Obviously, there's no set schedule for these surfers to go out. They can all kind of choose their times. There's obviously time for the women to go out, time for the men to go out, but there seems to be a lot of them out there right now.
Yeah, I think everyone's going to make the most of today. Again, for us, it's the final chance to make our picks. It's the final chance for them to try and just get that water time logged, figure out more of the intricacies of the lineup. Looked like Illo just getting caught behind that section. And for him, that was...
that was Joel Vaughan. Joel Vaughan, doing a little throw tail into the wind on that one. Joel came and spent a bit of time here a couple months ago before the tour started off. Do have a bit of a set. Look at the jostling out there. There's a lot of smiles going down, which is good. And Ethan Ewing, hot off of his Gold Coast event win. Also a stab in the dark performance.
Dude, you can't not talk. I was just like, at the moment, as soon as I hear his name, I'm like, the stabbing, like, that first release, I mean, they've all been great, but mate, first wave, first board, just absolutely ripping an Indo. So great to have Ethan Ewing here. Definitely a bit of a crowd favourite amongst the Groms. Actually interesting, I've got a few Groms myself. One of my sons is a just full surf fan in the last couple of years, 12 years old. But mate, I said to him, look, if I get a chance, I'll get you a couple of signatures. And it was pretty funny. He's a Jack Robbo fan, mate. He is just that's his guy. But he's been watching Stab in the Dark with me, and he was like, Ethan Ewing, you've got to get me Ethan Ewing's signature. And just because of that Stab in the Dark, he just so excited. He's in the Goldie right now. He tried to get over there for the Snapper event. But they're on their way back to come and be here at Manu Bay as well. I know. I was hoping maybe we might try and talk to Stab. Let's just drop episode 4 here in Aotearoa, I reckon.
I was hoping they were going to do a little screening of that, but haven't seen anything yet. It'd be nice, but they've probably been pretty busy with Stab High, which Alani Morse actually did get offered to go to. So then she had to turn it down, and she's like, I'm in the CT.
How's that? What am I going to do? Go to Stab High or stay at home and be in a World Tour event? The choices for a 15-year-old Grom to make.
Not a bad choice.
Ladies just sneaking in, saying ladies first, gentlemen, ladies first. Caroline Marks up and riding on this one. That one just, unfortunately, shutting down in front of her. Oh, coming from deep, Mr. Medina. Oh, how clean was that?
Super clean. Kind of getting pretty inverted on that too, throwing his tail out to the wind. Dino working it through. I'm thinking he's going to be my power surfer. He's kind of leaning my way. I won't actually share my team too much, but he's really been impressive, and it's cool to see some different approaches here at Raglan, because there's obviously the backhand and the forehand. There's different ways of doing it, and it's been good to kind of get the judging notes, because that is another thing. Got Felipe up and riding, kicking off that one.
Yeah, Medina's been gangbuster form, found a new wave of energy, and he's back on tour this year. And as he said, Gav, he's got a wild card. He's looking dangerous, mate.
Yeah, he's there's no sign of any niggles from injury, that's for sure. He's looking flawless out there.
In terms of the judging criteria, I'll just run through that a little bit. Obviously, Manu Bay typically offering a long running left-hand wall, and there's multiple manoeuvre sections along a consistent line. So looking for a smooth pace that rewards rhythm and section management. We've got Carly Vast there throwing one into the wind. When it's bigger, there is a few barrels to be had, but we're looking probably at more a combination of major manoeuvres. So in terms of those manoeuvre combinations, judges are looking obviously for speed, power and flow. You've heard that a million times before. But then there is variety in the manoeuvres and reading the wave well, making sure that you're connecting the dots throughout the whole wave.
Yeah, the variety is going to be a key thing at Raglan. You can, especially I think on the backhand, you get those beautiful big sort of turns, but I mean, it sounds terrible to say it out loud, but after 6 or 7 of those, you've got to do something else. You've got to mix it up, show the judges that, you know, that variety. That'll be a key thing, well, I mean, for the goodies and the naturals, but yeah, just having that. I mean, I think too, you'll find that, like we talked about, you've got to basically come back to the sections.
Yeah.
So that allows for that variety in your manoeuvre choice. And of course, you know, maybe a few ears in the mix, no doubt.
Definitely will be.
Yeah, there's a few different types of wave, as you say, Gav, out there. You know, there's those chip-ins you'll get from further up the point. There's the ones that'll hug the point. There's the ones that'll come underneath some of the crew that are sitting out a bit further and double up and run as well. So, you know, much akin to snapper, where you get a few different types of wave. It's the same sort of story out here. And the tide plays a big factor in it as well. As we see, what a beautiful morning this is. You just joined us. This is the WSL Fantasy Live Training Day here in Raglan for the Corona Cero Pro presented by Bonsoy, and we are stoked. Look at this on the backhand here, guys. Just steaming down the line. Who we got there, Jay?
Got Eli Hanneman up and riding now. Working his way down the point.
Eli's one of those surfers I might have mentioned earlier. You know, he's really going to be looking for a result here, and the skills he's battled away on the QS or the Challenger or both for a long while, and finally got the breakthrough. Jay, he's looking pretty dangerous.
Yeah, he is looking dangerous, and I'm liking him with this wind. I'm liking how consistent he is at landing those backside full rotes. He's definitely in my ballpark for my fantasy team, that's for sure. And single manoeuvres, when we're looking at judging, given the wave's length and its multiple scoring opportunities, the judges have kind of said that only exceptionally executed single manoeuvres performed on the most critical section of the wave may receive a significant reward. So they are looking for connection down the line, but if you do manage to find that one big solid section on the critical part of the wave, then the judges are going to reward it. Up and riding now, Morgan Sibilic. And it's cool to look at the heat draw that we've got. Obviously, Morgs has got the local wildcard, Billy Stearman, in his first heat. Might run through a few of the other ones while we've got another surfer up and riding.
There's a lofty rev there, sort of tail high. Beautiful stuff with that little bit of that chattel from that devil wind just picking up, and here someone just destroying that inside corner. Beautiful. If you've just joined us, welcome along, and Fantasy WSL Fantasy Training Day here at Raglan. Get your picks in, guys, before the first round starts. Most likely tomorrow morning, first day of the waiting period, the 15th here in New Zealand. Aotearoa, right down the bottom of the South Pacific. And if you joined us from overseas, it's great to have you guys along out in YouTube land. And these are the famed points of Raglan. And Whaingaroa is the Māori pronunciation. And we're greeted by just a stunning morning here, and I know the athletes are frothing to get out there. And most of the athletes I talked to have been having a great time in town and really loving the peace and tranquility of the place. So Lani Morse just riding through the inside here. She's a local wild card in the women's draw. And just frothing to have a chance at the WSL. Dream come true for young Lani Morse. And she's going to get her chance on home soil here, folks. And just a real treat to watch the world's best warming up here at Rags. And this one just hugging the point, little insider here. You see the boys all trying out, our athletes, well, boys and girls, athletes in the water, just testing every sort of wave, insiders, outsiders, wide ones. As I said, you can get some deep chip-ins and just, you know, trying to find the flow, the crew out there. We'll get our range of legendary coaches sort of lining the bank here and offering the athletes their expert advice and, you know, talking things through, trying out different boards and whatnot. And when the sets come, it is a sight to behold. If you've got yourself some sort of vantage, whether it be way back on the cliff or here on the point. WSL Fantasy Training Day here at the Cero Pro, presented by Bonsoy. And we're looking at a beautiful line coming in here, Jay. Who we got in the water there, mate?
Got up and riding Miguel Pupo.
Oh, Miguel.
Must have been patient. It was a while since his last wave, so connecting, big layback.
Manages to sort of pull things together and just destroys the layback on the corner there, and he's kind of gathering momentum as he comes through on this wave. This one's going to go all the way, Jay, on this tide. It will go through to the boat ramp. Miguel Pupo, folks, looking pretty good here. And official training day.
So you can see that inside section now. If you are watching the broadcast or even live, it does peel all the way down, but most of the damage will be done out the back here.
Is that the yellow jersey there?
Sure is. We've got Gabriel Medina.
Medina looking to set something up here, and set it up he does. And just punching the spinnaker up into that devil win, Medina. Seen Medina paddle out on the big day the other day, straight into a stand-up barrel, comes out, big air rev on the corner of the ledge, and a lot of long-time locals up on the grass. Just sort of takes a lot for the boys to ooh and ah, but yeah, Gabby paddles out, and there was a lot of ooh and ahing going on up on the hill the other night. Just an absolute treat, folks. The world's best warming up here. WSL Fantasy Training Day. Corona Cero Pro, presented by Bonsoy here in Raglan. Where else would you want to be? Official waiting period from the 15th to the 25th. And just, you know, from everyone here at Surfing New Zealand, it's great to have the WSL roll into town, and, you know, welcome you guys with open arms. Really do. And I hope you're enjoying this, guys, back home, because I am. This is epic stuff. The world's best, just sinking their teeth into some sort of brisk morning action out here at Manu Bay. It's the first of the points. It's the first point you come to out of 3 world-class setups here. This is called Manu Bay. Then you drive out a bit further, you got Whale Bay. Slightly fatter wave, but more of a cutback wave, and you go out to Indicators. You got Outside Indies. Comes through in the inside of that wave we call the Valley, a place where the section really comes at you. But this is the sort of, you know, the premier wave, the first sort of place you get eyes on. And we see Medina just getting his feet in the wax here. And boy, like I said, new lease of life. Medina back in just that ominous form, looking so good. And boy, he just looks like he's in a good place this year. Gabby is going to be very dangerous as this tour rolls on. He's already set himself up after the Aussie treble with a great start, wearing the yellow jersey as we come into stop number 4. Gabriel Medina out there in the water there. Big lofty air rev.
Yeah, we got Joel Vaughan up and riding.
Oh, Joel Vaughan, yeah. Joel just, you know, he's been turning heads with his edits on Instagram, and everywhere he goes, his air game, wow, just keeps really progressive, is one thing that strikes me about Joel. He's always pushing his surfing, and boy, just punching a big backhand rev there next to Gabrielle, just kind of going, hey man, rock and roll. You love this this healthy competition that sort of is bred on the world tour. And the guys, they get on, they have their relationships, but hey, they're not on the world tour for nothing. These guys are savage competitors, and girls, savage competitors, and I love their little nuances, little things they got going on. They let their surfing do the talking. Inside runner here.
We got Alejo Muniz up and riding now. Working his way down. There's going to be plenty of Brazilian fans out there watching.
See in the foreground of that shot, the rocks here at Manu Bay. Tricky to run across. Some of them will move on you, and really got to take your time getting out. You don't want to, as I mentioned earlier, it's one of those places where you sort of always come away with a couple of nicks and cuts. And it looks George Batar, is it? Jay, I think, is out there now.
It was George and Tommy B up and riding now.
Tom Butland, folks, New Zealand wildcard.
Working his way down. I was chatting to Tommy yesterday. He was talking about kind of what boards he's going to ride. And he was trying to come out because he is trying to figure out what board. Am I going to ride my Groveler that's a little bit longer? Am I going to ride my kind of better wave board? And I think it looks like he's on that, not quite a step down. But on the back end, it's always nice to have a little bit of extra length when you are working your way down the point here at Manu Bay. But then something that kind of keeps you going as well. Mateus Hurdy on a smaller inside runner.
Mateus. Oh, he's, what a thrill to watch he is. What a talent. So great. He's, he cracked it. Got on tour this year. I think he had a whole world behind him. And he, a little bit like Eli Hanneman, chipped away for a long time on the qualifying series or the Challenger series these days as it's set up. I think it's a beautiful kind of addition, the whole Challenger series thing. Really, I've had a lot of people say to me, hey man, the Challenger's better than the WSL, or just as good. It is just as good to watch. It's great. I really enjoy watching the Challenger series, and it's great to see this fresh batch of rookies on tour this year.
Iago Dora starting off his wave here.
No rookie right there, folks. Current reigning world champ, Iago Dora. Such a chilled character. Just loves his surfing, as they all do. That's a bottom line prerequisite for these athletes. They just love surfing, and you can really see that in Iago as well. And that devil wind, definitely, it's a lot harder to deal with that devil wind when you're out there than it looks if you're sitting at home or you're on the point even. You'll be like, you turn up and you're like, oh, it's really cooking, but the wind can be hard to deal with, so make no mistake, guys, ladies and gentlemen, back at home, this is top drawer stuff here. With this kind of devil wind ripping across the waves, Jay, it's tricky to read out there with that kind of wind, isn't it, mate? It's not as strong as yesterday, which is a good thing.
Yeah, not quite as strong as yesterday, but there's still quite often we see in Raglan it does like to pick up for a little bit around this time, and then, to be honest, you kind of hope it burns off and we get a little bit of an onshore coming in, because sometimes the onshore can really like Manu Bay. It kind of wraps around Mount Karioi and kind of makes the faces really groomed. And if you are down here at the point, obviously we are broadcasting out for the WSL Fantasy Live Training Day, but you're also listening to us down here at the point. Make sure you head down to Raglan Roast, get yourself a coffee. It's a beautiful coffee, one of the best, and it's always nice coming home.
Pretty classic shot there, and a few combos going on. Tommy B having a word to Liam O'Brien there, and everyone's chatting, looking like they're getting into the groove. There's Billy Stearman there having a few words with current world number 1 on the women's side, Luana Silva. And, oh, hang on a minute, there's waves. And no doubt there's a bit of foxing going on for sure. Gabriel Medina, folks. Oh. Yeah, he's, like I say, looking in real dangerous form this year. Seems like it seems like it's a new Gabby back on tour this year again. You see Eli Hanneman getting to his feet here, not looking overly interested. Yeah. Yeah, brother. Welcome to the Hawaiians. It's a strong connection to local Māori here in Aotearoa. A lot of people believe, that's where the canoes initially came from Hawaii over to New Zealand. And a strong connection there for Hawaiians and New Zealanders. Jack Robbo, I do believe. Child prodigy out of Margaret River, Jay.
Yeah, Jack Robbo kind of coming unstuck in that wind, but he's also been very impressive on the backhand. And we got Medina up again. He seems like he's finding the kind of smaller ones, just trying to get busy, get a lot of waves, get used to this wind, get used to the wave when it's like this big. These guys have had it pretty big. Yesterday was a touch smaller, but they were still all out there and also battling all the punters that were out there as well. If you're also down here at the point, make sure you head into the back door shop. Get yourself some of the event merch. Get yourself a little piece of history. I've already got my t-shirt and I'll be rocking it all event long. But go in, get yourself some of the merch. There's hoodies, there's long sleeves, there's short sleeves, there's hats, there's lanyards, there's everything in there. So if you are down here at Manu Bay, go check out the store. It's not going to last.
I see the crew scratching for position here as these long period sets start to grace our presence on the point. WSL Fantasy Live Training Day here and outside now.
Jow just lighting up this one. Oh, the old commentator's curse. He takes a little tumble on the end section there, but I heard you talking about the merch there, Jay, and mate, for me, I'm straight down there. I saw the Yeti water bottle with the event logo and everything on it. Mate, I said to the Yeti crew yesterday, I was like, I'm coming down. Put one of those aside. That's, if nothing else, mate, I'm going to get a t-shirt, I'm going to grom out, and I'm going to get it covered in signatures, and I'm getting me one of those Yeti bottles.
Beautiful products they make. The Yeti drink bottles Gav's alluding to there. And this looks like Tommy Button, ladies and gentlemen. And if you haven't seen Tommy surf, now you have. Here he is. He's a wild card, one of the wild card winners. He's been winding his way through a few laps out here with his newfound friends, Gav.
Yeah, mate, how is it, eh? It was cool to see him jump over to the Goldie as well, went and sort of immersed himself in the snapper event. I think he didn't, just soaked it up, I think, just got a chance to kind of figure it out. Obviously went over and saw his shaper as well, Wonder Gav over there, Wonder Shapes. And I've got a new quiver and sorted that out as well, pre-event, but great to see Tommy head over there, soaked up what was happening around snapper. I think just wants to, he's been in the zone, really, since as soon as the King Queen of the Point finished. I think he gave himself that night to celebrate, and pretty much next day was on a mission to, it's all about coming here and getting amongst it. So we're straight over. Actually went over, chased a little swell, and then, straight to the Goldie. Gold on his boards with his shaper over there. And then has been back here. He's been at Raglan since we've been here, mate, like a good sort of 7 to 10 days probably. Yeah. He rolled into town to go before the event, so he's been just all around it. Saw him out Ruapuki the other day having a fun little wave. Half the wave backwards.
Oh, nice little pop shove there on the inside corner. Crosby, is it? I think. Switching it up.
Switch, eh? Maybe we're going to have that. The old, like Kelly Slater, Rob Machado, first wave's got to be switch.
Morgan, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Morgan Sublett, she's going to be coming up against Billy Stearman in round one. Have you got your fantasy picks sorted out there? This is your chance. WSL Fantasy Live Training Day. And
He's Zhao on another one as well. He's definitely getting the quota in this morning.
yeah, testing out a little runner here, Zhao.
Maybe he had a couple of those Raglan roasts before we got down there, mate.
More than likely.
Oh, looking well caffeinated and razor sharp out there. So great to have everyone here at the point with us at Manu Bay, and of course tuned in there on the old WSL YouTube, watching live action from around the world, mate. We are bringing the world to Manu Bay.
All right. Yeah, if you've just joined us wherever you are, kia ora koutou. And welcome to Manu Bay, Aotearoa. Boys, athletes having a cracking time out there. Yo.
Bit of banter, bit of fun. Probably not so, today again, right? Just, they're all mates as they head around the world, but yeah, maybe, if we get a start tomorrow, that situation might change, but.
Thank you, Lee Ryan. Bringing us our coffees up here.
Mate, Raglan roast delivered. Unbelievable. Thank you so much. It's what everyone needs, mate. And it's right there, here at Manu Bay. Obviously in town as well. But how good's that? Out on the point. Fresh coffee.
And that absolute treat.
I reckon that's just the story of the morning, mate. Grab your Raglan rice, roll into the back door merch tent, get yourself sorted out, park up on the rocks and enjoy the world tour in the lineup for the day. And then we're going to get to finish with the Rising Tides this afternoon as well, which is exceptional.
Oh, I can't wait for that. Rising Tides coming up. The Grommies.
Mate, the Kiwi Groms, how cool has this summer been? Once we got the announcement the event was coming, and then within days we kind of talked about the Rising Tides and how that was going to work. So for all the under 14s, it was the top 9 boys, top 9 girls basically are going to, have their chance to be with the pros out in the lineup. And, man, that just changed the whole summer right then. That under 14s division got
got hot and heavy.
Oh, but it was the best though. Groms it was so cool to see Groms and some of them were fairly new to surfing, and especially in a competition situation. So, exceptional opportunity for them. Big thanks to WSL for making that possible. And mate, it's just, there is so many kids so excited that's happening.
As dreams come true sort of stuff for the Grommies for sure.
Oh, and that's what we talk about, right? Grow, inspire, and this is definitely a big inspiration for our tamariki, our children of New Zealand. Oh, looking spicy on that little green spray.
Miguel, I think. Pretty sure. Could be wrong. Don't quote me on that. Bit of glare coming up. It's the glare. And see the crew out there on the ski. Staying nice and warm. No, this is Miggy.
Yeah, that's Miggy there.
Yeah, this is Miguel Pupo here, folks. WSL Fantasy Live Training Day for the Corona Cero New Zealand Pro presented by Bonsoy. Get your picks sorted. Have a look at the bracket as well. You can choose the bracket. Nice big wrap there. Betty Lou, perhaps. This looks like Gabby Bryan, ladies and gentlemen. Has been loving her time here in Aotearoa. And, just turning on the spray machine.
Oh, another beautiful one there, mate. Right in the finishing section. He's definitely starting to get a feel for them.
Eli, I think, was that Eli Hanneman maybe
I think, Gav. Yeah, it looked like Eli, just bag of tricks, bigger than Hermione's handbag. Eli Hanneman, and just capable of pretty much anything. As I said earlier, great to see Eli crack the QS, crack the Challenger, get on tour. We want to see that type of surfing. You know, similar, like Mateus, I think the whole world's behind him. You know, we want to see Mateus Hurdy, those things these guys can do. There's a real progressive approach to it, to their whole approach, just on that progressive side and pushing themselves every day. And look at what they can do these days in 2026. As a sport, just guys like Medina, Italo, so many of them, Joel Vaughan, all of them pushing the sport into stratospheric levels. If you'd said 15 years ago what they're going to be doing now, you'd probably be like, nah, that's not possible. Backflips, different types of snowboard airs coming into play. This looks like Liam O'Brien, I'm pretty sure. I've been real impressed with Liam on what I have seen of him at the points so far, Gav.
Oh, Lob's just mate.
Isn't he a beautiful surfer?
Oh, dude, yeah.
Gifted with a reed, This is that natural gift, eh?
I think, obviously, to get to this level, there's got to be a bit of that sort of natural talent in the mix,
Yeah,
but,
for sure.
Mate, there's also a lot of work goes on behind the scenes. Lob, one of those guys, he's done the hard yards, put the time in.
Absolutely.
And now getting to enjoy it, savour it, in fact.
Yeah, there wouldn't be not a single athlete on the World Tour who hasn't put the hard yards in, Grom. So any Grommers watching, you put the work in, you get back what you put in. And Liam O'Brien, great example of that. You see him paddling back out to the takeoff, looking pretty comfortable out here. Got someone negotiating the rocks here. Callum Robson there, and going the high road. Can be hazardous going the high road. I usually go the low road. I always put my feet in between the rocks and sort of stay low. But every sort of inch or every foot you make is a good one. Yeah,
That's it.
That's a
You're basically
right
just
there. Yeah, right.
crawling across until you get to about knee deep, and
Yeah.
then you start to go, okay, now I've got a bit of room to move and float out into the lineup.
There's a few different ways to get into the water. This tide is really actually, in this kind of swell, pretty sweet for jump rock. You'll see your chances and you just sneak over the big crown rock out there in behind a wave and then wait for the next one and make sure you get your footing right and bang, you're away. Just going to see Jack Robinson, ladies and gentlemen, here. Setting his pace as it hits the corner here at Manu Bay. Jack. That's such a quiet upper body, and it leads to power and flow. And on his home doorstep, just extracting that first car. Billy Stearman, ladies and gentlemen, on a nice nuggie. So local knowledge here as he's picked off a real gem, Billy, and goes to town on that and just finding his rhythm here. Holy banana, thick shakes. He's finding his mojo, folks.
So obviously Billy too with the 26. Obviously, all the surfers have numbers on the back of the jerseys. Billy chose 26. The year his dreams came true on a World Tour event. So that's obviously makes sense.
How cool's that?
Pretty cool, right? I was like, why 26? And he's like, dude, it's the year my dreams came true. I'm here on a World Tour at home. So that's the one. Also shares that with Molly Picklum, who he's been helping, shall we say, acclimatise with the Raglan lineup.
Nice, I wasn't aware of that. And that's Molly in the lineup there having a chat to Tom Butland. So
Yep.
Molly Picklum in the lineup, folks. As Gav just said, Gav Bisman on the mic with me. I'm Simon Pritchley. And Molly Picklum, number 26 there.
So yeah, Billy was like sharing the number with her. And cool, they've been spending time together this week. She's come down out with our good friend Safi Vetti as well. Great to have Safi back in the country.
Oh, Safi, she's a queen.
So just the girls hanging out together, and then been staying with Billy, and he's just been helping Molly figure things out.
And Zhao Shanker just giving way to Tom Butland there, but not much doing as they're both a bit deep. And someone's having a crack at it down the line. We'll see where the camera goes to. Oh, just in time for Jack Robbo to,
Just making the most. We've seen you actually got a few turns before what you saw on the streaming there, but just the back of that one just sort of shut down, but the inside ran along beautifully.
a few of our women's athletes starting to make their way into the water as well. And we've got a sort of combined time. We started off just the men, and then we're going to have the women and the men. And then we're going to mix it up, just the women, and so forth and so forth. And we've got the rising tides coming up later on. Ladies and gentlemen out there in YouTube land, this is the WSL Fantasy Live Training Day.
So we're about 9:45 so 9:45 a.m. local time here in Aotearoa, New Zealand. And from 10 a.m. we're going to have women's only out there in the lineup. So the last chance for the lads to grab a couple of waves. They'll come in, have a little coffee break down there at the Raglan Roast. And ladies only, mate, from 10 a.m. till about 11:30, I believe.
Nice.
And then ladies will come in, have a little lunch break while the lads pal out and have the lineup to themselves.
We're switching things up here, the WSL Fantasy Live Training Day, giving all our athletes a good chance to get sure what's going on there. A bit of shenanigans.
I think he's just like, come on, let me get in there. He heard me, he's like, yeah, you're right, Gav, I'm coming in for a coffee, mate.
And a few more people starting to come down. Just bright sun, light winds, sunshine, 5 days running. Vahim Fierro, we're in the number 5 out there. And look at this ruler edge set here. Manu Bay, Raglan, Aotearoa.
That's Crosby. You saw that too as he took off just a little fade back, like a little half fade back, and that's smart, man. He's getting that shows you he's starting to get to read the lineup, because you don't always.
Yeah.
It's one or two things. You either get it and really get like the double pump in and get your real speed momentum flowing down to kind of get that next section, or you kind of get the little chip in, but you almost got to whip back to stay right in that pocket, and then just wait for it to step up. So, coming on the screen there. The fastest man in surfing. I don't know. Mate, seen what we saw the other day in person. Ourselves standing there and amongst a whole bunch of other Kiwis and locals from all over the coast and both coasts, and just watching the absolute speed the man has.
Isla Ferreira, of course, Gav's talking about there. He's been a standout in the free surfing in the lead-up days to the event. And it's been impressing even the Corlord locals up on the grass. Italo, as all of the athletes have been, to be honest. It's such a treat to have them here.
Oh, dude, it's just...
And
I was trying to do some sight setup the other day, and it was just too difficult, because the waves were pumping in. That was that second day where it just cleaned up. It was like 3 to 4 foot.
Hard to focus.
Oh, it took about 4 hours to do a 1 hour job.
Yeah.
You turn your back to them, put another step together, and then someone like, a big turn, and you turn around like, let's just watch the next 5 waves.
This is Morgan Siblich. That was Morgan Siblich filling up a ride. Can't wait for his matchup against Billy Stearman in round 1. And Gabby Medina just getting sort of warmed up out here. Yellow jersey holder.
Interesting to watch him come down the other day with about 3 or 4 boards under his arm. One with the yellow rails, one with the red rails, one with the green rails. And I was like, that's obviously, he's colour-coded things. He's going to dial them and go, yep, looks like maybe it's the yellow board that's got the nod. Out there today tuning that one in. This looks like Cal Robson. Go on. Actually, no, it's not.
I thought it was Leo.
It
actually.
is Leo, my bad.
The Italian Leonardo Fioravante as a flies a fag for Italy. He's a prodigy kid from Italy. He's a talent from a young age, Leonardo, and in the form of his life this season, it's going to be.
Oh, dude, non-stop action though.
Yeah, it's going off out there. Be well worth, have a look at your fantasy picks, folks. It's WSL Fantasy Live Training Day.
I guess the men have got the memo too, right? 10 minutes left to go. You've got to clear the lineup, lads.
What's
so,
the time? 9:50, so 10 minutes left for the men to sort of...
That's why I was like, geez, there's a bit of a frenzy at the moment, but that's what's going on. They're all like, yeah, okay, let's
rock and roll.
Let's get a couple of laps in before we got to get out of here. Bringing that one all the way through.
Miguel Pupo.
Yeah, making the most of it all the way down the line. I don't think, for people watching at home, wherever you are in the world, this you can surf a wave if you get the right one that goes about a half a K.
Tom Butlin, New Zealand wildcard here. Just grabbing one.
On the Wanda shapes.
Yep.
Looking lively under the feet. Mate, how good is it too to see just, even since that King and Queen of the Point win, he's got a bit more support.
Absolutely. Yeah, Instagram going crazy.
Oh, yeah.
A couple of his posts has gone viral around the country. Tommy Butlin is going to head on in. And out the back. Nice looking wave here. Luana Silva, ladies and gentlemen. As you can see, we're in the yellow jersey. Beautiful pace cut down there. Just scything into that early morning wall here at Manu Bay. Now, great scenes that the wonderful cameraman caught on the Gold Coast when Gabby and Felipe and Italo and the whole Brazilian crew came in celebrating with Luana in the changing rooms. I thought that was a great piece of footage. Just showing how close they are, the Brazilian crew. They're such wonderful people as well. Said hello to Felipe in the car park the other day. I saw Italo just giving a bit of time to the Groms. Medina's always such a pleasant fellow, to the Groms as well. I've seen a really cool selfie he took with the Groms up on the grass.
Yeah, that was pretty cool, wasn't it?
Yeah, aren't they wonderful people? And, just at the forefront of this sport of kings, folks, surfing. And, the Brazilian contingent, they're here to play. And it's always a pleasure, always a treat. Bella Kenworthy out there. And you see Tommy negotiating over the rocks. You don't want to step on those ones that move, Gav. Some of the rocks will you'll get one that'll move.
How do you know which ones are going to move, mate? Normally by the time I found that out, I'm already on it and I'm already falling off it.
Eyes down for sure. Take your time is my advice. Getting in and out. Guys like Billy, Luke Cedarman, guys that surf this place more than most, you'll see them just really taking their time coming in and out.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to rush the rocks, shall we say.
Yeah.
It's hard because if it's pumping, you're like, I'm trying to get out there. But you just got to chill. Step by step, because as soon as you're not paying attention, you're gonna learn the lesson.
Little cuts and nicks, kind of prerequisite of surfing Raglan.
I don't want to jinx myself. It's been many years, but I do remember one of the early days of getting too excited and losing a fin to the rocks while I was still in knee deep water, and that was pretty steep learning curve to go. Okay, just chill out, man. Back to the car, get another board, and decided that I'm never going to rush down the rocks again. Obviously, we've had a few of the pros too trying to negotiate jump rock in the last few days. There is a collection of rocks out there on the top of the point called jump rock. Of course, it's quite a good, easy access point, but it can be tricky, and you've got to get the timing right out there, that's for sure.
George Patar.
Looking good on this black board.
Yep. It's Georgia, yep. Wow, what a treat to watch he's been this season so far. Just that rail game, eh?
Interesting to see what it is, if it's just a black spray or if it's maybe we get a little bit of carbon in the mix. And bit of fun out there, mate.
I dare say, George Batar be up there in people's fantasy picks. And number 7 looks like Lakey Peterson, is it? Pretty sure, Lakey? Yeah, number 7? Yeah, Lakey Peterson, ladies and gentlemen. The women about to sort of take over the session here. There's about 6 minutes left for our co-ed time. Boys and the girls.
Yeah, lads are making the most of
Eli
these
Hanneman.
last few waves coming through.
What's he got for us here? Eli Hanneman, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, you could see him stall on that towel, couldn't you? Oh, look at that.
Beautiful.
I reckon he's feeling those, eh? He's been putting a few down. I'm sure
mate.
that one earlier tweaked out as well with a bit of air under him.
He seems to have that piece of fiberglass on a string, doesn't he?
Oh,
Yeah. Is that Oki out there? No.
yeah.
Leo, huh? Is that? Not too sure. 48, yeah. Just trying to get ourselves acquainted with the numbers.
That's Mr. Matthias Hurdy, mate.
Ah, Mateus.
Yeah. But you're right, Oki-esque on the old...
Shot Mateus. Cheers for the Oxter throwback there, brother.
little stall, rubbing the shoulders in the tube there. Little shampoo on that one. Here we see. So the wahine toa here in Aotearoa, we say. Our ladies, they're going to love the opportunity to have the line up to themselves in just mere minutes.
Brisa, looks like. Brisa Hennessy, perhaps.
It is.
Yeah. She's, sort of just before a blink of an eye, she's not really a newbie on tour anymore. She's moving into the sort of, sort of more of a vet these days. Well, you wouldn't say a vet, but definitely in her prime, Brisa Hennessy.
It's Connor making his way in. Looks like the last one for him this morning. He'll be heading straight up to the old Raglan roast. What do you reckon? Connor's a flat white guy? Latte?
Yeah, I reckon he's with the amount of spray he's been throwing, he's probably like a two long blacks into one cup, mate.
Quad shot, please, sir.
Yeah. Look at this, ladies and gentlemen, for your viewing pleasure right here. WSL Fantasy Live Training Day. Gabrielle Medina.
It's just, it still blows me away that Gabriel Medina's considered a wild card in the World Tour. I mean, the man is a wild card every time he's in the lineup, right? But because you just don't know what he's going to do, and that's what makes it exceptional to watch.
It seems like it's such a treat to see him come back with the way he looks like he's feeling, and looks like he's really enjoying himself, eh? And I tell you,
it's dangerous when someone that talented starts to just have fun, basically.
Yep.
I think, everyone knows he's a danger in the lineup anyway.
Can be tough. Sure it was, for someone like Medina, pulling, kind of rock star sort of stuff, sort of Led Zeppelin, Nirvana sort of stuff, and straight into stardom, straight onto tour, bang, 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 3 world titles.
Yeah.
And, man, I'll tell you, I'm so stoked to see Medina back the way he is. And,
you see Connor trying to navigate the rocks as well, mate. And we saw Lakey Pearson get a really nice run on that. That wall really held up on that last wave for her. There's Jack Robb. Oh, no.
Zhao's still out there.
It is.
He's been out there all morning, just feasting. Zhao Chianca.
We should have got a little wave tally going, because I think Zhao's got the most waves this morning.
Hey, the Chianca brothers, they some talent. Sally Fitz, is it?
Sally Fitz in the lineup.
Sally Fitzgibbon, folks.
How cool to have her here, mate.
A ray of light.
Oh, just such a legend of a lady.
Isn't she? Phenomenal. Great athlete for the Groms to look up to. A great sort of ambassador of the sport, I reckon. That Colgate grin and just that vibrant attitude, that seems to, maybe was it not Sally, mate? I'll put my foot in it there. Carissa, was it? Steph in the water.
Number 88.
Yeah, it was. Steph Gilmore. Had a quick hello to Steph up in the car park the other day. Always a pleasure, isn't she lovely, Stephanie Gilmore? And how was that performance on the Gold Coast, Gav, to see her?
Oh, dude.
Mate, she owns it there. And
how was the victory. How was the Sinker after party? That looked pretty hectic as well. Yeah.
Got to celebrate, important part of winning and being an athlete.
Oh, how cool was
athletes,
it? I mean, I think for her too, right? The old win on home turf with all your friends, the family, just, I mean, that whole area, just cheering on their surfers. It looks like the lads have started to clear the lineup, and the ladies are going to take over. So I believe from 10 a.m. to about 11:30, ladies only in the lineup, and kind of their, well, I say last chance. They're going to have another chance this afternoon, but yeah. Some of the last sort of free surfing hours for them now to make sure they're dialing in their equipment. Oh, look at that wave on the inside. Someone throwing a couple of beautiful big turns on it.
Yeah, lovely panned out shot from the cameraman there. I love that when they pan back and show you those lines.
Yeah, obviously, you get the intricacies close up, but those pan back shots, Jack Robbo looking super comfortable out there.
Just moving into third gear a little bit, Robbie, and then you see the surfers kind of doing that a little bit, kind of just foxing around in each gear. They do have, a different range of kind of gear that they move into. Jack Robbo just shifting into third.
72 on the back, mate. He did about 72 turns on that wave. Oh, geez, he's going to get run over, mate. Watch you up. Bit of banter in the lineup, so good to see. He's getting hurried up by the ladies. They're like, hey, get out of here.
Gabby Medina here.
Yeah, so this is the last waves for the men as they basically bring these ones all the way through, leaving the lineup clear for the ladies now from 10 a.m. onwards. Gabe. Yeah, the old yellow rails looks like, he brings it around.
Looked like a throwaway, doesn't it? The core, Gabriel Medina looking so fit, as I said earlier. He is good to go. No wonder he's got that yellow jersey.
Oh, yeah.
Looking
yellow
dangerous.
Jersey, yellow rails.
Yeah. And we're just taking things on the fly up here in the commentary booth. If you've just joined us, kia ora koutou. WSL Fantasy Live Training Day for the Corona Zero New Zealand Pro, presented by Bonsoy.
Good crew down there on the point, mate. Enjoying the action live, front and centre. And, of course, everyone tuned in around the world. They're on the YouTube as well. Stoked to have everyone online with us and enjoying this. Fantasy Surfer Live Training Day. So we're just, I say days, but hopefully hours away from maybe a possible start here for the Corona Cero New Zealand Pro presented by Bonsoy. Everyone's starting to roll into town. Obviously, with some of the free surf action this week, it's been incredible, but even in my little break before, I had a number of messages to follow up with everyone driving over today, getting their bus passes sorted. They are ready to go with us. So.
Yeah, people hitting you up, Gav, can you get me in? Can you?
Just getting their logistics sorted, mate.
I'm sure I'm sure it's going to be all fine. Nothing to stress about with the buses, and I know that.
How good! You don't have to worry about your own car. You just jump on the bus, cruise on out, and enjoy the entire day. So good.
Exactly, and the WSL are doing such a great job, and a lot of logistics to work through, and you have to put your hands together for the crew. Steve and the crew doing a wonderful job here. Look at this, guys, out there on YouTube land.
Cal Robson.
Feast your eyes. The world's best going at it. Ruler-edged Raglan Point. J. Piper Helian, welcome back, mate.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Watching Cal come down the point on that one. I just went and did a bit of a vibe check down on the point, and it is a gorgeous morning out there. It is beautiful. And it's so nice to just see all the pros, a lot of the females starting to head out now to get their dedicated time in the water. And this is a great chance to lock in your fantasy team now for the female side. I'm pretty excited. I've got my eye on a few surfers. I think that I am going to be looking at.
Yeah, just saw Nadia there. I haven't seen much of her surf in the last couple of days myself. So that's why I was just like, it's great to finally see a couple of waves from her.
Yeah, Nadia Aristabe, goodness me, really opened my eyes with her performance on the Gold Coast. How's those hits? Just blowing up on an absolute giant killing mission, and really warning shots to the field there, just announcing her arrival, really.
Isabella Nichols on that one, working her way through.
Yeah, she got a great wave then, that one just kept delivering.
as the women take over proceedings here at the WSL Fantasy Live Training Day. Get your fantasy picks locked in, folks. And some beautiful waves coming in here. Who's going to be in the spot? There we go. Beautiful shot there as the camera pans out. Look at this.
Yeah, that shows you, you know, the scope of the takeoff zone.
And here we go. Sally Fitzgibbons on her backhand was super impressive yesterday. And she's working her way through. Our Sal on the wave, and yeah, you can see working her way down. This one, we're watching that tide start to drop out now, so you can see if you're watching the broadcast or up and riding now, it kind of can break quite fast, and then it does slow down a bit to then line up this little kind of sandbar section. So even though Manu Bay is a rock, it's got rocks on the bottom, it's obviously a point break, there is a section of the wave called the sandbar, arguably one of the easiest, the most rippable part of the wave that kind of shows up on low tide. So we might see that come in as the tide continues to drop out here.
Yeah, we're kind of mid-tide right now. So on the dropping tide, low, dead low about 1:30ish this afternoon. But yeah, I feel like this is you start to just really see it turn on more and more. Might get a little bit quicker. That might be, you know, part of everyone trying to tune in their equipment as well. I guess I wonder if they're looking, you know, mindful too of like, oh, that's where I'm on tomorrow, that's the tide. So whether they would have picked some of those moments today to kind of get maybe an idea of what they might be dealing with.
100%, and I think what a lot of them will be trying to do, it's a new wave, so if they haven't surfed it on the lower tide with conditions like this, then they'll be trying to just get to know every kind of tide, every face of this wave.
Yep, and it can be tricky. You get those ones that run beautifully. Other ones will kind of almost crease and come back on themselves a bit. And you've got to try and read that. Otherwise you do get a bit stuck. Or you tend to fade off the back of them sometimes. So
yeah, I think Crosby Colapinto summed up. I saw a little clip of him and he said, it's kind of steep and then it goes mushy and then it slabs and then you've got all these different faces to the wave. And I think that's a really good... Today it's pretty clean, it's pretty lined up, but that was a good description of the wave here at Manu Bay. And if you are down here at the point, you can see the men starting to make their way in. Go get your signatures, go get a photo.
So yeah, I think that's the last of the lads. You can see the laddies dominating the lineup now. They're like, lads, you're out of here.
So if there's any men left in the water, you guys, I've been given the word from Renato, you guys need to exit the water. We're into the women's session. If you've just joined us, kia ora koutou, WSL Fantasy Live Training Day. And surface in the water, can someone raise a hand? Can you, if you can hear us out there? You guys hear us out there?
Ladies, if you can hear us there.
Ladies.
Gives a little wave.
Athletes in the water, can anyone hear us?
I think they're too busy looking for waves out the back, mate. They've spotted one as they make their way over this one.
That one's working, that one's not. I'm talking to this as well, I don't know if that's... That wasn't coming through PA, it might be online, it's not coming through PA. So Gav, can you do the call-outs for me?
So the lads need to clear that line up there. I think there's just a couple of them left there. But now from 10 a.m. till 11:30, the lineup is for the ladies only. So I think there's a couple of lads. I think they've actually moved themselves down wide, just trying to get away off the ladies to make their way in. So if so Lakey, I just saw number 7 pop up. Lakey, if you can hear me out there, give me a wave, Lakey. Just want to make sure they can hear us in the lineup. Again, here we see, I think this is Jowl just trying to get his last wave in. He's trying to get out of there as he makes his way through. Looks like Gabby Bryan with him.
So hopefully that is the last wave of the men's coming through.
Yep, I see mostly just the white rashes now for our wahine, our ladies in the lineup. It looks to be Caroline Marks. Oh, nice Just really pushing into that tail, carving through that turn. Oh, and then that one just snapping through the roof. Great to have the water patrol on hand as well. Just, testing things out, making sure, but also just keeping an eye on proceedings today. And obviously we do have Luana Silver out there in the yellow jersey as well, our current world number 1. But the WSL Fantasy Live training day today, Jay, we're online this morning till about midday, 12 p.m. New Zealand time, of course.
And we've got the reigning world champ up and riding, Molly Picklum. She has been shredding the last few days, so another good one for the fantasy team, I reckon. She's unbelievable on her backhand. And I was just having a chat with one of her good mates, Safi Vedia. Caught up with Safi in the car park. It's nice to see her. She's the vibe check for Molly.
She brings the vibe, mate.
She is, so she's bringing the vibe. She said she's bringing the mana, which is good.
Yes.
And when we might try and just do another little audio check with our surfers after these last few waves.
Yeah, I think there's too many waves at the moment. Everyone's in the zone. But we might get a little lull now, so yeah. And another for Sally. Blended into the lineup in that blue suit.
So surfers in the water, if you can hear me, can you please give us a bit of a wave? We're just trying to do an audio check. Anyone out there in the water, can you give us a bit of a wave?
Perhaps not. We might have to get someone down the lineup. So we might get one of the techs out there. We'll fire up those speakers a bit more. The Groms are frothing here. Hey, how good's that for day at school? Just come down to the point, Groms. We've just got some of the Raglan Groms have gate crashed. And so good to see them. How fizzing are they? Even the teachers are pretty excited. So great to have the local Groms here coming to check it out, getting a little behind the scenes up here. They're going to literally sit in the judges booth right now and check it out with us. Oh, but right now the lineup is electric out there, Jay.
Yeah, Vahine on that one. I reckon the academy kids might be even scoring a couple. Have a bit of a go.
I reckon they got their quota the other day, mate.
They sure did. They were giving the pros a run for their money, that's for sure. Caroline Marks
they
now
sure were.
riding.
So Caroline, she's getting plenty of waves this morning too, right? Like, it's interesting. Dude, how do you run your heats? I'm no contest guy anyway. Let's be honest. But if I do end up in a heat, I'm just like, I've got to fire up. I've got to just stay so busy, catch every wave I can, and that's about the only chance I've got of getting any kind of score. It's interesting to see the dynamics of the surfers and sort of if they want to stay reactive or if they're trying to be more patient, pick off.
Yeah, it's going to definitely depend on what kind of swell conditions I think we have. If it is lully, you need to be on the sets.
Yep.
And as a CT surfer, you do need to be on the sets. But I think at a practice session like this, I like Caroline's approach. I think get busy, get your feet in the wax, get used to the wind, even go on the harder waves. Here we go, Steph Gilmore up and riding. Pick some waves that aren't maybe so good, so you surf them. You kind of struggle a little bit potentially, but then you start getting your rhythm going. So then when you're on a good one, whether it's today or tomorrow or whenever we run, then you're kind of feeling confident and you're kind of just ready to rip in.
Yeah, mate. See, that's the wisdom. That's probably why you do a bit better in the old heats than I do, mate. Yeah, no, 100%. Like say, nothing mentioned, nothing gained today. So good chance to just take a little. And I mean, mate, let's be honest. You know, we've seen. At every stage of the tour, there's those clutch victories in the last couple of minutes where you might need a 5 or a 6 out of a little leftover wave, and so this is the time to kind of just get that flow, get that feel. I mean, we know that everyone's going to want the bigger sets and want to, really showcase their surfing to, the judges, the audience.
For sure. And talking about bigger sets, we've got a few stack lines rolling through. currently, right now, it's just all about positioning. You've got to make sure that you are wide enough.
Yep.
Make through. Isabella Nichols starting off with her wave here.
Yeah, she's been busy this morning too. Great to see. Oh, this one just really can see it just starting to hold and hold. She is just going to town on this thing. Someone's going to have to pick her up from Bow Street in town, mate.
All the way through.
Yeah.
And we got more lines. If we are live down here at the point, you got next surfer out the back.
Tyler Wright.
Tyler, it's cool. I'm so excited to see all these surfers surfing their backhand. We've got someone like Tyler that really, we've only seen her charging. We've only seen her out at Cloudbreak. I remember that performance where she was absolutely charging. And it's cool to see all of the pros. Someone like Steph. We saw what she did at the Gold Coast, but you come here and it's a high performance left-hander. That can be tricky. It's not a perfect wave. It can go fat on you. It can be soft. It can bowl up and run really nice. So it's really exciting to see these surfers having to kind of do some really relatable surfing and some relatable waves.
Yeah, I think that's the coolest thing. Like, obviously, we just said we had some of the Raglan Academy kids come through, and I think that's the cool thing for them, right? They see the world's best take on the waves, and they're like, oh, look, even they have to get the read of the wave and figure out that funky corner section that comes back at you, or, you know, those, like you see this wave right now, it's just rolling through, but not really stepping up. But then now the inside does step up. As we see, this looks like Sally Fitz attacking this one, mate.
Yeah, and it's all about timing. It's all about timing it with the lip. Obviously, we ran through the judging criteria, and it's very similar to what we see all around the world. But being a long left point break, those kind of individual manoeuvres have to be huge for them to be meaningful scores. And we're going to see probably a lot more linking together of major manoeuvres. Carissa Moore now up and riding. Cool to see wrist back.
Oh, how good is it?
Oh, it's amazing. Cool to see her in the country. She obviously, 2010, she won an event down in Taranaki. It was her rookie season. It was her first event win. We talk about it. We're going to be talking about it a lot, but man, it's cool to see her here.
Yeah, it was sitting just behind her yesterday at the Porphyry. Cool to see her with the family, and just soaking up that beautiful moment yesterday.
Nadia now up and riding as well. Watching Nadia actually in the earlier practice sessions last couple of days, and she was ripping. So another one to think about for fantasy. I've probably said that everyone's ripping. I think I'm just excited to see everyone surfing. But there have been a few standouts, and Nadia was definitely one of them, especially when it was a little bit smaller. She was she was just looking fast, and that's a key thing out here at Manu Bay. You need to be fast because you need to be able to link the wave through. Yeah, I just say the linking is the key in it for sure. I mean, we talked about the judging side, but that's going to be that variety aspect, but you're not even going to have that option if you're not linking things together. And Alyssa Spencer now up and riding. Yeah, I just opened up the old fantasy. Yeah, Tier B, Alyssa Spencer at the top of the Tier B there, mate. So, I mean, well, you're just looking at my phone right now. You can see she's got the tick from me. I saw the clip of her the other day. Well, I watched it live and then watched the clip that night, and I was like, locking in Alyssa. Yeah. And my fantasy picks. Might just have a little look at your fantasy team while we're at it, Gav. What do you reckon, mate? I did a quick little one. I'm going to catch up with a couple of people soon. Like you said, by 3 o'clock down, I'm just going to make my calls and walk away from it. Otherwise, I get too twisted up in my head about it. So. Oh, 100%. But if you are at home and you are thinking about your fantasy team, you're looking just to give you an idea of how fantasy is working, you can pick 2 surfers from Tier A, Tier B, and Tier C. And then obviously you get to pick your power surfer as well, which they are double points. You're gonna I'm not gonna give away who your power surfer is? Oh no. Oh, you're gonna give away mine? I don't mind, mate. Let's tell people. I mean, it may change by 3 o'clock, so who knows? But just in terms, if you are at home though, Tier A, you can choose out of Caitlin Simmons, Gabriella Bryan, Isabella Nichols, Lakey Peterson, Luana Silva, Molly Picklam, Soy Lindblad, and Stephanie Gilmore. So you're only allowed to choose 2. How do you choose 2 out of that? That's the hardest thing. You just said like 10 phenomenal surfers, and I'm like, 2? Yeah. And here comes a few more. Sport for choice would be the phrase. We saw Katie just pop up on screen there too, so have a bit of a chat in the lineup. She'll be looking for, here we go, first wave to get a little link on. Yeah, I'm excited to see how Katie reads Manu Bay. I think that's one of the most exciting parts of her surfing, is her ability to read a wave and draw some different lines. Yeah. I'm kind of excited to see her do a nice big roundhouse cutback to start off the wave. The big old figure 8. If you're looking at Tier B for fantasy surfer, you can choose out of Alyssa Spencer, Betty Lusakuta Johnson, Carissa Moore, Caroline Marks, Erin Brooks, Nadia Aristave, Sally Fitzgibbons, and Vahine Ferreiro. So you got to choose 2 from there, and then TSC as well. Alani Morse, Anat Lileo, Bella Kenworthy, Brisa Hennessy, Francisca Vasalco, Tyler Zabrowski, and Tyler Wright, and Yolanda Hopkins. So you've done well, Gav. I'm actually not going to read out your team. I think we'll
cool.
keep that.
Yolanda Hopkins has been made in the lineup in dark every morning, running the double grip. It's been cool to see her. Oh, how's the turn from Lakey?
Lakey Peterson.
This one's just delivering, giving her the opportunity. There we go, that one just looking spicy in the lip line, and then mixes up a little bit on that one as well. So we alluded to the variety being something of a factor probably once we get into the scoring side of things, if we do go on in the next few days.
I think one thing I liked about Lakey's wave just then was her ability to actually finish the wave. She got a closeout section, and I think that's something that is going to look really good if surfers can find that kind of end manoeuvre that they can really book in their wave. The judges like
it's
it.
a real tricky thing at Raglan, because quite often the wave will just fade and you kind of just roll off the edge sometimes, or if you fall, obviously, but it doesn't quite leave that statement, at the end. Whereas that, you did right, like just that finishing manoeuvre strong, and the ride out, like the little statement at the end of it, the old exclamation mark, as we see on screen.
The GOAT.
Indeed, bro. Just, how rad is it to have Steph Gilmore in town? Dude, it blows me away. It's so cool. So cool to have everyone here. I was actually just going back through my own team going, after that wave I might look at Lakey and where she is in the team. Yeah, picked a couple of wild cards for this one. I'm just gonna lay it all on the line for my fantasy picks in this one. Isabella staying busy out there. Looks like all the lads have cleared the lineup. They got the memo. Back into the old Red Bull athlete area.
I reckon a few of them might be into the sauna.
How many Red Bulls do you reckon Illo has a day? I've made that my mission this week to find out.
It would be a great question to ask him.
Yep.
A few coffees, a few Red Bulls, definitely.
I love a few coffees, but I thought one day I might do the Illo challenge and get on the Red Bulls.
I think you'd have to be dunked in a cauldron of Red Bull at birth.
You think? I just want to see if it improves my surfing if I get any chance of going as fast as he can. Oh, here we go.
Alyssa Spencer.
Man, she looks graceful, powerful. Serving is on point.
Nice quiet upper body, yeah, and just look at that, just striking off the bottom.
Yeah. Nice variety too, look again, just different tweaks of the turns.
The world number 1, Luana Silva, up and riding. She is the first Brazilian woman to be ranked number 1 in the world since 2004.
Wow.
And if she can retain the yellow jersey at the end of this event, she'd be the first Brazilian woman to be ranked number 1 in more than one event. Yes. So it'd be a historic achievement, and with that surfing, I think it's kind of something that's looking pretty probable. We need to get into the statistics and have a little look at what she kind of needs to do, but there are some girls that are hot on her heels.
Interesting stat too, right? Because of the men being so dominant on, the male side, the Brazilians have really, been so strong over the years. But great to have Luana here.
Bella Kenworthy
kicking off that one. I'm just mindful. Did we do it in an audio check maybe now again as well, as we see someone else going down? So ladies in the lineup, if you can hear me, just a little sound check. Ladies in the lineup, if you can hear us, just give us a wave. Thank you. Not too sure, mate. Not too sure.
Athletes in the water, if you can hear us, could you raise a hand? Anybody at all? Maybe a bit further down the point here. No.
I think
you just joined us
on the waves.
Yeah, kia ora koutou. It's WSL Fantasy Live Training Day, and it's a great chance to get your fantasy picks locked in here. Boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, get on that Fantasy WSL Training Day for your viewing pleasure right here for the Corona Zero New Zealand Pro presented by Bonsoy here at Manu Bay, Whangaroa, under the watchful eye of Mount Karioi up there. And a special place in the world, special place for the locals. And, of course, a special place for the world's best for the next 11 days, 15th to the 25th, the official waiting period. And the elite women athletes in the water, they got Manu Bay all to themselves for a few warm-up laps. As we see, you'll have a look at the rocks. You can see how the tide's sort of just starting to push out towards that mid-tide situation. And it's got many faces, Manu Bay. But grab yourself a piece of real estate out there, folks. Have a look around. It's a great setup. We've got a skateboard ramp down the bottom here. We've got screens out here, big screen set up there. And it looks like the bar is taking shape down here, so that's a great addition. Corona Cero New Zealand Pro, presented by Bonsoy. WSL Fantasy Training Day live for you here, folks. Where else would you want to be? Right here, right now. Look at that, great shots here. It's our women athlete, our elite. Top 16 women athletes with a chance to warm up here at Manu Bay, and they're loving it. I'm saying hello. I've been loving these shots that our cameramen have been grabbing of the athletes at the takeoff here for the WSL Fantasy Live Training Day. Here at the Corona Cero New Zealand Pro, presented by Bonsoy. Yeah, girls. Rock and roll. It looks like a really, really cool vibe out there. Francisca Vaselko, I do believe, Jay. Ripping a couple off there. She just had a little bit of an inside priority there on the girls as that set came through.
And it looks like we got a huge, not a huge set, but a lovely set coming in.
Stacked up.
On the first wave, we've got the rookie, Tia Zabrowski, up and riding. She's won in TSC, and she could be a pretty deadly pick. Got Vahine out behind her, and we're going to have a lot of action. If you are live down here on the rocks, looking out as that tide starts to drop out, we've got plenty of action. Sally Fitzgibbons now working her way through, and it's all about finding that connection with the lips. Sally finishing that one off there, coming around one more time. They keep going out here at Manu Bay. And we got the reigning world champ Molly Picklum as well, working her way down the point. And I know you've surfed here quite a bit, Simon. A little question for you. what would your ideal wave be out here?
Ooh,
One of these ones coming in right now?
110%, man. Nothing too big for me. I'm a goofy, so I do love Raglan. And for me, any chance I get to surf Raglan is a real treat and a real pleasure. And in any ways the locals want to let me take, I'm happy with. But look at this, for us mere sort of mortals, this is sort of our, our perfect kind of fun sort of size, isn't it?
Yeah, Caroline Marks there, coming back, a little bit unstuck. You can see these waves starting to kind of ledge up a little bit. That first opening section is what we call Manu Bay ledge. And usually would need it to be a little bit bigger for us to start seeing a couple tubes out there. But once it does hit that end section, it can actually slow down quite a bit. And you'll see on this wave here, Katie wrapping it back just to the whitewash. And then what we see is it starts to stand up again.
Yeah, you'll start to see those boils and sort of pop up in the water out there on the takeoff as that tide drops, as Jay alluded to there. The swell usually will come up a bit too as the tide drops. The low tide really bring the most out of the height of the swell, so you might start seeing some real nuggy sets coming in soon, some real bombs.
Yeah, Isabella Nichols as well on that one.
Isabella Nichols starting, she's a big player these days on tour on the women's side. She's got garnered lots of experience in the last couple of years and managed to stay on. And she's a heavy hitter these days, Isabella Nichols, folks. So get onto your WSL Fantasy Live and get your picks in before the heats start tomorrow, Friday the 15th. WSL Fantasy Live training day for your viewing pleasure, for your WSL Fantasy picks here. Boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, you can change your picks right up until the event starts, Heat 1.
Now, I'm sure a lot of you guys out there watching from home or here on the point, you'll be in the leagues. You'll be in your leagues with your mates. You'll be in the bigger leagues that they've got. All kind of the major podcasts, they have their leagues, and they got great prizes. So it's a pretty lucrative thing. If you manage to win and you get a good score, you can walk away with a bit of gear from everyone. So
yeah, right.
Get amongst the leagues, go and join a few leagues, see if you can win some gear. I know if you are here in New Zealand, Backdoor, they have their league along with their merch tent down here. So if you are here at the point, get down to the Backdoor surf shop, merch tent, go get a piece of history. There's a few other little vendors down there. We've got Raglan Roast Coffee. And I know a lot of people. I've seen a lot of Raglan Roast getting around. I just had my second one for the day. Also, we do have Yeti down there with the official drink bottle merch. You can get a pretty cool Yeti bottle or coffee cup. And it's got the nice engraving of the Corona Cero New Zealand Pro presented by Bonsoy. As well, we've got IC sunglasses down there as well with their tent. So IC, huge backers of the WSL, and it's cool to see them over here. Team riders like Cole Hauschman, Jack Robinson. And here we go, Tyler up and riding now. If we kind of have a little look at what our first heats are going to look like on the women's side. We've got Sally Fitzgibbons up against Vahine Fierro, so it's a big heat. That's an important one. All these ones are big. We've got Erin Brooks and Yolanda Hopkins.
Hard to call that first one, Jay. Sally Fitz with her experience. She's going to be a tough opponent for Yolanda. Who's Sally got? Oh, Vahine. Vahine Fierro. We know what she can do. This will make a good heat, that first one, mate, for your fantasy picks there, guys.
Yeah, it sure is. That first round is pretty ruthless. And then Erin Brooks taking on Yolanda Hopkins, which are two of the standouts from the opening sessions. Then we've got Tyler Wright taking on Francisca Vasalco, Carissa Moore and Bella Kenworthy, Alyssa Spencer taking on Brisa Hennessy, Heat 6, Nadia Aristabe taking on Tia Zabrowski, Heat 7, awesome. Stephanie Gilmore taking on Anat Lilio.
Awesome.
And Heat 8, Betty Lou Sakuta Johnson taking on the local wildcard, Alani Moore. So It's a little insight. You can I wonder if out there in the water they're thinking, there's my competitor. Kind of watch their waves a little bit more intently.
I know that all of those matchups that Jay just mentioned is the first matchup for each of those. So the first time those athletes have come up against each other, those round one women's heats, is the first time those athletes have come up against each other. Same with the men's. Round one, you got Luke Thompson taking on Tom Butler, New Zealand wildcard. First time those athletes have surfed against each other. Heat 2, Morgan Siblich taking on Billy the Kid Stearman. First time they've surfed against each other. And again, another first, Eli Hanneman versus Oscar Berry in Heat 3. That's going to be a firecracker as they battle to climb up the ladder. And in Heat number 4 of round one, I'm talking about at the moment, Seth Moniz versus Ramsey Bukaim. Oh, goodness me. Scintillating prospects in round one there. You can see the boys out on the ski. Had a little quick word to them, zipping back for a coffee just before. They're in chipper mode, out on the ski. This looks like Brisa Hennessy. Brisa just finishing this one up on the inside. And at this tide, it will still run through to the boat ramp. Still get a little sort of bite at the inside here, as you'll just get a quick view as the camera stays on it. Brisa Hennessy, ladies and gentlemen. Wonderful to watch. She, real power merchant, Brisa.
1, 2. Okay, attention surfers in the water. Can you guys wave your hand if you can hear us? Surfers in the water, raise your hands if you can hear us.
Okay. I thought it was the direction. Surfers in the water, can any of you athletes raise a hand if you can hear me here? Well, if you're tuning in, wherever you're tuning in from, welcome along. Kia ora koutou, WSL Fantasy Live Training Day at the Corona Cero New Zealand Pro, presented by Bonsoy. And just a wonderful opportunity to get your Fantasy Live picks, your WSL Fantasy picks in before the event starts. And what an absolute treat. We get to watch these athletes go through their paces and find their groove out here. Beautiful open face wrap there, and just measuring this one, leans into that. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, looking like she's found her mojo here. And camera just switching on the inside here. It's Yolanda Hopkins, Portuguese surfer there, fishing up that wave. Beautiful mauve purple wetsuit she's donning here this morning. And if you just joined us and you're wondering what's going on, this is WSL Fantasy Live Training Day. We've had a men's session, the men only kicking things off, and then we're into the women athletes only out in the water currently. And what a show they're putting on. I'm really enjoying this. This is just gangbuster viewing right here. And then we're going to mix it up as well, I think. I'm pretty sure sending the men and the women out together after this. We've also got the Rising Tides coming up later on in the afternoon. The under-14 New Zealand Groms battling for those Rising Tide spots, and sure did make the season interesting for the Groms. And they're all here with a dream come true sort of day dawning here for the young Groms. Rising Tides coming up later on. But WSL Fantasy Live Training Day taking place right here, and we know that style a mile off. Stephanie Gilmore, folks. And I'll just put the curse on Steph there as she goes down. And just emphatic scenes on the Gold Coast as Steph, she just looked like she was going to move through the draw, and she sort of did, just moving through the draw, dissecting, and in the final was unstoppable. Had a real look in her eye of, that real Terminator game day look she has, and goodness me, she couldn't be stopped. Taking the win on the Gold Coast, Stephanie Gilmore. And she's out here warming up this morning.
And here we go, Molly Picklum up and riding.
World champion vertical hit there.
Still managing to get round that section, up into the lip again. Kind of managing that kind of lip section really well. We've got a little bit of kneeboarding action going on. Katie Simmers.
Who do you reckon that might be?
Who else? And
Katie Simmers.
Up and then down. But I've talked about it a little bit this morning, especially with this wind. It can be tricky to find the lip, but then not push through the lip. The lip isn't super powerful, so you got to time. It's all about timing with this little devil wind nor'easter that we got this morning, Simon. And a lot of the surfers are showing us exactly how to do it.
Yeah, it really is, next level sort of world class stuff. For those of you who have surfed the point, you know how hard it is with that devil wind. And as Jace just alluded to there, this is, some sort of performances we're seeing here. The WSL Fantasy Live Training Day is off to a flyer here out at Manu Bay, Aotearoa, the Corona Cero New Zealand Pro, presented by Bonsoy. Lock in your fantasy surfing team and bracket before the Heat 1 starts tomorrow, folks. And this is as good a chance as you're going to get.
And Lakey Peterson working down the point. Finding that rhythm, and that rhythm is what we're going to look for when we are surfing or watching the surfers out here at Manu Bay. Those surfers that kind of identify those waves that don't run off too fast, that give them a steep section, and then you can kind of just go up and down. So Lakey finding it on that one, even though it's a smaller wave. A beautifully ridden wave there for Lakey.
I think there's Tyler actually. I think it's Tyler Wright.
We can see the...
Yeah, Tyler right there. Just laying buckets.
And looking up the coast there, looking further north from Whangaroa Raglan out here at Manu Bay, we look up to a few of the beaches and look at that picturesque Aotearoa, New Zealand, the rolling hills, the beautiful offshore waves, and the black sand beaches, which is a unique part of this world, and it's something that we always are very proud of. On the west coast of the North Island here, we do have black sand beaches, which is a bit of a kind of unique aspect of our beaches here. And you can kind of see the rolling lines.
Yeah, you're looking north, directly north here, for those of you at home, up the island. As Jay said, we're on the west coast, looking north here. And there's nooks and crannies, great surf spots all the way up there. I won't let the cat out of the bag too much. But, yeah, if you're a surfer, it's a paradise here. Aotearoa, if you've got the time and the means, you can score waves most days of the year, wherever you head.
And as we panned around to the point here at Manu Bay, I couldn't see a cloud. We have absolutely lucked out with the weather because New Zealand is pretty renowned for having 4 seasons in one day, as they say. Can be beautiful and then can suddenly turn. So it's nice. We've got beautiful weather. We've got lovely little waves today. And it's looking like there's a little bit of a lull in the action. This might happen with a bit of a longer period swell. We have lulls, but then we might have a 10-wave set. You can see the Water Patrol taking out the buoy. Big shout out to all the Water Patrol crew that are around. Bit of a zoomed out shot there of Manu Bay, so you can see the rocks showing a lot more. That tide is dropping out. And it does change the waves. We have quite big tides here in New Zealand. I know different parts of the world, the tides confuse me. Margaret River, I'm currently living over there, and the tides are very strange. I'm used to about 6 hours between tides. High, low, high. Sometimes over in Margs you can have about 30 centimetres of difference, and there's 2 high tides, 1 low tide. It's all a bit weird. So over here, 6 hours between tides, usually 6 hours, 10 minutes-ish. And we've got a couple metres of tide change as well, so it will affect the conditions. You can see all the crew down there getting amongst the action. Got Nadia Aristabe up and riding now. If you are tuning in, you are listening to myself, Jay Piper-Hellion, alongside Simon Fritchley. And just from us, we are so stoked. We are excited. We've been fizzing. The last few days has just been like anticipation leading into this event. So thank you for tuning in. I hope you're enjoying the Kiwi accent. I hope you can understand us around the world. But also, if you're down here at the point, you will be hearing us. We are on the beach commentary team, so we are kind of going to be calling the shots over the next 10 days, and we're just fizzing. So, I mean, it's huge for us, as long as New Zealand. We're excited, and we hope you're enjoying it.
Absolute pleasure, Jay. Sure is, mate. And as Jay mentioned, we've been frothing, looking forward to this, and this training day, WSL Fantasy Live training day dawning. I know we were up early, getting the coffee, and I got down here, so the surfers were good to go, rearing to go. This looks like Yolanda Hopkins to me.
Yeah. Yo-Yo. Saw her this morning tee off on a couple. She found some of the bigger waves that were coming through and just really linked them beautifully. So there's another one that was straight into my fantasy team. But then her first heat, she's got Erin Brooks, and Erin Brooks has been electric. So
yeah, some sort of talent, isn't she? Well, they all are. You talk about the youngsters, Erin Brooks, of course, Tia Zabrowski, just 15 years of age.
Speaking of, Erin Brooks up and riding now.
There you go, Erin Brooks, guys, out of Texas.
It's exciting to see Erin. Obviously, she had her maiden victory over in Fiji when the CT was there, and she was absolutely ripping as a wild card. So it's cool to see Erin now on a long, rippable left-hander. Caroline Marks now starting off her wave. Big wrap into a hit. Coming around, another carve through the chop.
Easy on the eye for sure.
And linking this one through. It's going to be kind of the age-old debate, really. Forehand versus backhand. Here at Manu Bay, historically, we've seen a lot of regular footers do well on their backhand. I don't know if it's to do with the pace of the wave, that the backhanders, they can drop down, they can kind of stay in the pocket, flick it up vert, send a bit of spray.
Yeah, square up a little bit more if that backhand's the age-old sort of debate, isn't it? You know, being able to square up a bit more vertical on the backhand, or being able to see a whole lot more on your forehand and sort of, maybe get a bit better read of the wave, the goofy footers, as opposed to, as Jay was saying, being able to square up on your backhand and really get vert in that pocket. I loved seeing Gabriel Medina surfing on the Gold Coast on his backhand, so tight in the pocket and just,
a la Maddie Wilco. And, yeah, it's great to see how the pros are seeing the wave here, Jay, and what they're doing on it, mate, on the different tides.
Yeah, for sure. They're coming in with fresh eyes. They're coming in with a fresh approach. And even though historically the backhand has kind of reigned supreme here, arguably I'd say that Gabriel Medina and Isolo Ferreira had been the two standouts for me on the men's side of the draw. And then Aaron Brooks on her forehand. So I've really enjoyed watching the world's best on their forehand. And they come with so much speed. We see Tyler Wright up and riding.
This is Tyler Wright, yeah. Beg your pardon, got them mixed up before. And the unmistakable style of the legendary Tyler Wright. The Wright family. And a wonderful surfing family out of Australia, the Wrights. And there's a fair few yarns there in that family.
Molly Picklum finishing off her wave. The reigning world champ. And she's just been looking confident this year. I've really enjoyed Molly's approach to this year. She maybe hasn't had her breakthrough result that she's wanted, but she's just looking confident. She's looking calm, and I just think it's coming.
Yeah, you can see the confidence she got from the world title. You know, just extracting all that confidence out of that win and you know, taking the world title, and pulling things around after a quiet first heat against Caroline, and pulling things around and really coming out in that second heat and sort of asserting her dominance and taking the world title. I thought that was a great watch at the end of last year. And yeah, as you say, Jay, Molly just going from strength to strength, and you know, she's going to be tough to beat no matter what heat. And just all colour and flow.
Yeah, we've got Katie Simmers up and riding now.
And that's who I was talking about. Katie Simmers, look at that, guys. Decides she might just put it into third gear and bang one through the lip there. Katie Simmers, always a pleasure to watch.
One of my favourite things about Katie is if the wave's not doing much, she's not doing much. Then when the wave stands up, she's in attack mode. But she kind of has that Tom Curran-esque kind of, if the wave's not doing much, I'm just going to wait. I'm going to be patient, and she never looks awkward.
Pure surfer, eh?
Yeah.
Just expert wave rider, Katie Simmers, natural born wave rider. And yeah, as Jay said, you know, get that real Curran-esque kind of flow to her surfing, as they all do. You know, this is the top wave readers in the world, the WSL. You know, they're not just good at physically at their moves and surfing itself. You know, it's reading the wave. These are the top women athlete in the world at wave reading as well. A big part of the game, and you know, they're going to need to draw on all that experience when they compete here at the point at Manu Bay. As we said, it changes massively with the tides. You can see them sort of talking about stuff out there, and the tide dropping out all the time. Just a quick note, if you are, you know, walking down on the rocks, hoping to have a look at your heroes, just please be careful. Some of the rocks will move. Some of the rocks, the wet ones with the seaweed on, are really slippery. So kids, just please be careful. We don't want anyone getting hurt out there. And just, you know, take it easy if you're going down on the rocks. Take your time. And make sure you watch where you're going, guys. Wouldn't want anyone to roll an ankle or, you know, ruin their beautiful day out here. So it does take a lot of concentration if you are walking on the rocks as spectators. There we go. Panning back, the ones with the seaweed on right there, really, really slippery. I usually like to sort of put my feet in between the rocks when I'm trying to get out here, get down, get low, get in between them, and just inch out. But yeah, just speaking about the spectators, you know, kids, just be real careful if you're clambering down the rocks to have a look at your favourite surfers. Your heroes are in town. Massive excitement rippling through the New Zealand surf community. And, you know, just I've personally noticed how amazing the top athletes are to the Grommies. You know, shout out to you guys, these World Tour surfers coming here, and they're really cool to our local Groms and anyone who's been, you know, wanting to get a selfie or an autograph or something. You know, we play things pretty mellow here in New Zealand. And, it's really great to see these World Tour surfers, just so lovely to our Groms and to the locals. I hope they're all enjoying themselves, and someone's about to enjoy themselves on this line here.
Yeah, we've got Alyssa Spencer up and riding. Big hack through that first section. Forehand surfers looking deadly, and Alyssa just working way back. This is where that wave can kind of slow down a little bit. And you hope that you've picked one of the ones that has a wall that's going to give you a few sections to finish. With this in-between tide at the moment, we aren't really seeing it connect through to the sandbar. It's kind of that kind of interesting time where you've got to try and pick those either bigger ones with a bigger wall, or you hope that those first few sections manage to go. And a little cheetah 5 there for Yolanda Hopkins.
Sick. That is not easy to do on a shortboard. That was sick. Yolanda just having a little look at the sandbar there. And when we say the sandbar, as the wave comes down the point, if the sand's good, on a low tide, it'll hit that wide sandbar section and go right into Half Moon Bay. Betty Lou, maybe Vahin Fierro, ladies and gentlemen, up and riding. She's a wonderful addition to the tour. And look at this, you Groms. Just measuring the pace of this little runner beautifully. Vahin getting into a groove here. WSL Fantasy Live Training Day. Lock your fantasy surfing team in and your bracket. You can guess the bracket as well before Heat 1 starts tomorrow, folks. Great chance. You've got this wonderful live training day here for the Corona Cero New Zealand Pro presented by Bonsoy at your fingertips. It's a great little addition, I thought, by the WSL. And it's a really good chance to lock in your fantasy team. Select your double whammy surfer, your double point. I love the convos, when the comp's on, Jay, and you'll hear, I double pointed, so and so. Did you see the heat? And that's really cool. WSL fantasy surfer, folks. If you're wondering what I'm talking, what's he talking about? This fantasy surfer? Go online, have a look. WSL fantasy surfer, and get yourself involved. You can get a work team going. Say you got your work crew and you all go in it, and it's really cool. Sort of, how'd you go with your fantasy? Oh no, I dipped early. Oh yeah, I'm rolling it. I picked all the right ones. I got the maximum points, and pretty cool thing to get into. WSL Fantasy Surfer. Check it out if you haven't already.
So if you are tuning in from around the world, just to give you a little bit of an overview of where we are. We are obviously in Aotearoa, New Zealand, and we are in a small coastal town called Whangaroa, Raglan. Whangaroa is its indigenous Māori name, and it is located on the North Island of New Zealand, down here at the bottom of the world. So we are 2 hours south of Auckland, which is our largest city. And the cool part about New Zealand, 3 hours, you can go east to west. You can chase waves on a weekend. You can do day trips. So it is pretty cool. And obviously we are in the Waikato region, which is the region where Whangaroa Raglan sits. And we are open to swell coming from the southwest. And swell is always around. There's always swell coming in. There's always swell lines marching around the points, as we're seeing these kind of corduroy lines. That can occur because on the west coast here, it actually doesn't drop off to be very deep. The contours and the depth of the water, it actually takes a long time for it to get deep. So we can see those swell lines marching in from a long way out. And when it's big, when it's solid, you get a little viewpoint from up high and you can see swell lines all the way up. And actually on the horizon line, you might not be able to see it right now on the live stream, but you can quite often see the swell lines marching north. And obviously we have the same swells that hit Fiji. Okay, it goes up the whole west coast of New Zealand, and they start hitting Fiji and stuff like that. So it's that same swell that we get here, heads up there.
Yeah, through the roaring 40s, underneath Australia there, Margies will get it first, and then they come straight up the Tasman. It's one of the main swell windows in the world, the roaring 40s, and straight up the Tasman and right smack bang into Raglan here. So you get those, the long period pulses as Jay was talking about. It's Yolanda again, Yolanda Hopkins, folks from Portugal. Gabby Bryan, Hawaiian powerhouse. Fast becoming a lot of people's favourite fantasy pick, isn't she, Jay?
Yeah, she sure is. She's working with not local to Raglan, but he's spent a lot of time over here. Matt Scorange from over there in Mount Maunganui. Got a few other waves there, but Gabby Bryan has been on a tear, and she has been really impressive on her backhand. She has been sending spray to the heavens. It's been really cool to watch her approach. She's managed to score a little East Coast swell on the weekend, and I saw her tearing apart one of kind of the local waves close to where I'm from. It was cool to see. And then now we got up and riding, the GOAT, Carissa Moore.
Oh yeah, how cool is it, Carissa? You know, time off. Starting a family and, time to think and that, and one of the greats of our sport. That's Carissa Moore. Just getting warmed up, baby. You betcha. And 5 world titles, pretty sure, Carissa, yeah. Is that right? Here we go, 7 world titles right behind her, folks. Steph, 8 world titles for Steph? Yeah.
Yeah, it's Lakey Peterson up and riding. Yeah, it sure is. It is pretty hard to tell, to be honest.
It looks a little bit like Steph A coming off the bottom with the ponytail, but then... You
will have to bear with us because we are sitting from quite far back and we're watching the world's best, but we're doing our best. If you're wondering about kind of what temp, if you rolled in this morning, you would have seen a lot of puffer jackets, a lot of beanies. It was pretty fresh this morning, but to give you an idea, in terms of air temperature, would have been pretty much, I reckon, around 10 degrees this morning, obviously Celsius. And in terms of water temp, a lot of the surfers, I've seen them in 3-2 wetsuits, so 3mm, 2mm. A couple short arms still getting around for those that are brave, and maybe we might see a few short arm wetsuits for a heat. But currently we are in 3-2 kind of temperature range. In winter here, you do kind of end up chucking on a 4-3, and a lot of surfers do opt for the booties as well because of the rocks. Because when your feet are cold and you try and make it up the rocks, it's you're kind of battling with cutting yourself. And we see Brissa Hennessy up and riding now. Brissa, she knows her way around a left-hander. Obviously, cutting her teeth out at Cloudbreak over there in Fiji.
Nice line on this next one here as it'll just start to hit the corner. Here we go.
There we got Betty Lou up and riding.
Unmistakable, beautiful purple wetsuit she's got.
Tagging that end section. So those are some of those waves that I think surfers will be looking. It always looks good when you kind of bookend your wave with a nice big vert hit. And Betty finding one of those waves. So it'll be interesting to see the tactics. Obviously, we've had a lot of competitions here. National competitions for years and years and years. There used to be QSs back here in the day, so it's going to be really exciting to see how the WSL and the CT competitors approach our local lineup. Another wave coming in.
Sure is, Jay. And if you've just joined us, kia ora koutou down there, check it out. Beautiful sets pouring in for the WSL Fantasy Live Training Day. And
got Bella Kenworthy up and riding now. Bella finding one of those waves with a bit steeper wall up and through the lip, handling that chop really well. We see this one starting to run off, but she finds the open face again. So Bella connecting really well, finding that rhythm on the wave, and you can see it kind of start to die out. That's that lower tide. It kind of starts breaking a little bit wider, but not quite linking. And if you are down here at the point, you are in here live. Big shout out to Raglan Roast. Go get yourself a coffee. Go and hydrate yourself with a nice coffee. We've also got the Backdoor merch tent. Shout out to Backdoor. Go and grab yourself some merch gear. Tyler Wright up and riding. Working her way down the point. Just connecting the dots on this one. A bit more in that last turn.
Yeah, just pulled the nose out. Brink her away from disaster. Katie Simmers is going to scythe into one as she does. There's a cruisy, laid-back approach as always. Yeah, shot Katie. Katie spent a fair bit of time here. Saw her here last year or the year before, hanging out with the Sea Salt crew. Can't say enough about the Sea Salt crew. They're around helping it at the moment as well. But yeah, Katie loves NZ. And loves the chilled out vibe, and it's great to have her here again. It's a great angle
this swell direction today is a beautiful angle for the points. You'll notice how sort of ruler edged it's peeling. This wave here has got a great looking line on it. Let's see who can get themselves into it as it starts to hit those boils, as the tide drops, and someone giving way there, and looks like Isabella's just going to give way for Barisa perhaps. Vahin.
It's Ty Zabrowski.
Tia Zabrowski, yeah. Can't wait to see Tia in action a little bit more. Just 15 years of age. Are you kidding me? Man, she is, big star in the making, I reckon. Tia Zabrowski.
100%.
Hey, 15 years of age, man. That's next level. That's crazy stuff.
There we go, Katie up and riding too, going down there, but beautiful bottom turn. If you are wanting to know what's kind of going on at the moment, we've got the girls, we've got the ladies out in the water, but they will be out until 11:30. So then from 11:30, we've got the men heading out, and they will have the line up from 11:30 till 1. After that, 1 till 3:30 will be combined men and women. So everyone just getting plenty of kind of run time out here at Manu Bay. It is a crowded wave. Can be tricky to get waves out here, so it's cool to just give them the opportunity to go and get their fill. Go and figure out this wave even more. So we are seeing a few little lulls here. Kind of breathes for a little bit, and then the sets start pouring back in. And sometimes with this lower tide, you can kind of expect that the water kind of drains out of it. We might see those sets slowing down a little bit, but the swell is forecast to bump up a little bit today too. So I think as that incoming tide happens later on, we're going to have a really fun afternoon of surfing. So make sure, if you are in New Zealand, if you aren't down here and you can get down here, go jump on the bus. The shuttle bus is running from in town there, Raglan, at the airfield, and get down here to watch some of the world's best go at Manu Bay. Kind of hoping personally that the wind backs off a little bit. We might even get a little southwest onshore crumble, because man, it's ripple when it's like that.
Yeah. What they call a devil wind at the moment, kind of playing havoc. Well, not havoc, it's not too strong. It's sort of, it's just kind of starting to sort of change the texture a little bit out there. But yeah, the light southwest, a bit cleaner. It cleans up as it comes around the corner here, Jay. Yeah, like you say, super rippable. A lot of the surfers will say that's their favourite wind. And our athletes having a go at all sorts of waves here. Little runner, big ones, runners, nuggies, deep ones. Just testing out the tides. WSL Fantasy Live Training Day. Get your fantasy surfing team sorted. Get it sorted, yeah? You can have a go at the bracket as well. You can choose the bracket and gain points through that. Guess how the bracket's going to go. WSL Fantasy Surfing. Beautiful bottom turn there, and matches it off the top.
Yeah, Tia Zabrowski working her way down the point again, so catching quite a few waves. But going back to the bracket draw that you can choose now,
yeah,
it's actually a really cool tool for helping with your fantasy surfer. So you can see the heats, you can have your matchups. Oh, Chris and Moore ripping in now. And I've been using the bracket challenge, not that it's helped me at all. I've been doing terrible in the first 3 events, but I'm hoping for a little bit of a better event here in Raglan, the wave that we know so well. So we'll see if any local knowledge helps at all with fantasy, or whether it's still luck.
It's a bit like picking horses, isn't it? Form. You're looking at the form guide.
And we got Yolanda Hopkins finishing that one off. But if you are down on the point, we have got a set rolling in, and oh my gosh.
This one drawing off the low tide Boyle here, and it's going to touch wide, and we could see a couple of really nice waves with this set. Check this out, folks. Oh, there is cooking out here at Manu Bay. And the girls jostling for position now with sets coming in. And there's those balls I was talking about. We've got a double arm paddle out the back here.
Yeah, we got Steph Gilmore up and riding. A lot of the time with Raglan, it's very rare that you actually want to go the first wave of the set. Dare I say, a lot of the time, the second, third, fourth, fifth, sometimes even sixth waves can start drawing a bit better, hug the point a bit more. And we see Steph trying to make her way over to the little sandbar section, which isn't quite showing up right now.
Yeah, you can see that. There you go. That's probably the best example of the sandbar. Yeah, just not quite, as Jay said, just starting to kind of look at the set, you guys, as the camera pans back. Just beautiful scenes here at Manu Bay for the WSL Fantasy Live Training Day, and wrapping one back to the source, just patiently waiting to see what this thing does on the corner.
Erin Brooks finding her way through this one. And this one has a bit more of a vert approach, which is nice to see. Something I've been trying to do is just figure out who's coaching who's in whose corner.
Yeah.
And it's cool to see Erin working with Jake Patterson and making her way in there. So you can see those waves kind of fizzling out a little bit. A few of the ladies opting to come in. They've probably had their share. Some of them would have been out for a few hours already. So you can still see those lines showing. You still see the next set. Not really a break in the sets. There's been plenty of waves through.
Isn't it beautiful? Here we go. This one looking good. Maybe a bit of barrel time. Nah. And, obviously positioning on the takeoff pretty key. And someone unable to resist a bit of a wide crack at that one as it goes down the point.
You can see that steep section. That's what the end section of the ledge sucks up. There's a few big rocks there with a few mussels that you don't really want to say hello to. But often after that, has a little sleepy moment, and then it starts walling up really nicely. So we see here, up through, another one. So the backhand approach, looking good. Not sure if I'm thinking backhand or forehand. Is looking more deadly.
Dude, straight, right? Deep on this one, gonna give it a crack anyway, and that wave might just hold up.
Oh, I just saw someone out the back on this wave. We're catching up now.
Line's just coming, still coming. It's about a 20 wave set here. Manu Bay.
That's where that wind can be a little tricky, and that wind can kind of catch you out if you do a little bobble. It really kind of accentuates an error, and often that means falling off or getting caught behind.
Yep.
So it's something that these surfers will be figuring out. It's actually really good to figure out. It's kind of a curse in a lot of ways. It seems to be whenever we do have a competition here at Raglan, we seem to cop a bit of a nor'east chop, but we might see that burn off later on. And got Alyssa Spencer working her way through. She's been surfing heaps and surfing really well. So one for the fantasy. Yeah. I haven't actually looked at the fantasy for a little bit, and I know as soon as I do, after watching these guys all day, I'm going to be changing my team probably 3 more times, I reckon. But remember, you do have only until the heat starts. So the first heat, then fantasy will be locked. So make sure, lock a team in now. Maybe you might do some last minute changes, but at least you've got something locked in so you don't miss out, because that is the worst. Especially if you're in a few of the leagues where you want to be winning some prizes. It's a great thing about fantasy. You can really have a bit of a competition. See who knows surfing better, who's going to be lucky with the draw. So maybe a little bit of a breather, but if we can see on your screen, if you are watching at home, kia ora and welcome to the WSL Fantasy Live Training Day. Great time to lock in your fantasy team. See who you're liking the look of. This is the Corona Cero New Zealand Pro presented by Bonsoy. And on behalf of New Zealand, we're just so stoked to have you all here. We're so stoked to have the world's best here in Whangaroa Raglan. beautiful little coastal town with a few world-class left-handers. We've got Bella Kenworthy up and riding.
Yeah, I remember in the summer, Bruce Brown's in the summer, and tinged with that epic humour. And I remember the Raglan section. He says, in Raglan you get one wave in the morning and one wave in the afternoon. It's that long.
That's exactly it. And if you try for 3 waves, you starve to death, apparently.
Is that written on the notes? Yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty cool.
It is cool, and it's pretty amazing to think, that was the 60s, and the boards are riding. Everything about the 60s just suits Raglan so well. And now, it's 2026. We've got the world's best, and we're seeing them light it up in a kind of different way, and that's really, really exciting.
Yeah, there's been generations of families who set up and live their lives in this beautiful place of the world, and set their kids up. And there's second, third generation families here in Raglan. It's not only a special place for the locals, but a special place for all surfers from New Zealand. 3 beautiful point breaks. This is what you'd call the furthest inside point at Manu Bay, and then you go out to Whale Bay, and then Indicators is the furthest out. And as the swell lines wrap and make their way into the west coast of New Zealand here, they caress down these boulder points and just create beautiful canvases for surfing. They call it a point break, and this is one of our finest here in Aotearoa. And welcome along, kia ora koutou. If you've just joined the site down here at Manu Bay, grab yourself a bit of real estate, kick back. There's food vendors over the back. We've got a skateboard ramp. We've got a big screen. Looks like the bar's going to be ramping into action later on. Top women athlete, top 16 in the water, warming up for your viewing pleasure, for your WSL fantasy picks. And, get in, pick your WSL fantasy surfers, get involved here.
So we've got about 15 minutes left of the exclusively women's practice session out there, and then the men will hit the water at about 11:30 local time.
And it's been an epic culmination of all the setup crew, the WSL turning the machine cogs here and getting things happening. And, it's wonderful to see the effort put in here, and it's just a wonderful setup. As Jay mentioned earlier, the dream becoming a reality for Surfing New Zealand with the announce of the stop here. And look at this beautiful point rake and winding their way down. This looks like Erin Brooks, I think.
Brooks,
yeah,
throwing the fins out on that last turn, so finding that kind of big statement to finish off on, and we got another set rolling in.
Yeah, love her approach, eh? She's always progressive, always looking to dish the fins, and she's fast, isn't she?
She's very fast.
Look at these beautiful shots. Our cameraman just doing a wonderful job out there, guys. Set up at the back of the point here. Carissa Moore just by the long distance shadow there. Yeah, look at this, folks, ladies and gentlemen, for your viewing pleasure. Carissa Moore just feeling her way. That was expertly. That was great surfing there in that devil wind, Jay. Just, to be able to sort of put it up there and just realise she's going to have to two-stage that and get that board right down under the lip for a completion as that wind just picks up a touch, mate. See those ribs?
Yeah, it does look like that wind's kind of kicked in a little bit more. Need to look at the surf line forecast, see what it's going to do later on today. A lot of the time we can see it burn off, but to be honest, yesterday kind of held true, and then what happens is we get that little late arvo glass off, and it's kind of golden hour, and that's where Whangaroa Raglan really comes into its own.
Yep.
It seems to be an evening session here in Raglan. The sunset session always seems to be the one.
Yeah, it's some of the best sunsets in the world. It stays a bit longer out here, obviously setting in the west and us, facing west here. So those sunset, as Jay said, just beautiful. And if you saw last night, absolute stunning pastel colours I know a lot of the crew were at the Swellian event up at the club there. And looked like it went off with a bang. Popped down the shop to get a packet of chips and some dip later on, chilling out, and I seen the place was packed. Had an early night myself, was in bed by about 8, crashed. As I said, check Met service, looks like Groundhog Day, folks. We got light winds, sunny skies, baby, oh yeah. And the swell's going to hold, and I'll tell you what, you know, it's always a little bit bigger than what they say in this part of the world. As I say, that roaring 40s window, and it comes up, comes under Australia, up through the Tasman there. And, you know, you always get a couple of good sets here out west. Bella?
Yeah, we've got Bella Kenworthy making her way down as well, getting to that kind of section that fattens out at the end of the wave. But it's good for all of these female athletes to really get a good feel of what happens at lower tide, because it does change a lot. Higher tide hugs the point a bit more. Lower tide we can get steeper sections, but then it can go fatter and then stand back up again as the surfer on their backhand just tearing in.
I bet our audience at home, if you just joined us, kia ora koutou, welcome to New Zealand, WSL Fantasy Live Training Day here at the Cero New Zealand Pro, presented by Bonsoy. And yeah, great to have you watching on YouTube. And we're really, really welcoming everyone to our beautiful country, beautiful part of the world. And as I say, everyone out there in YouTube land, it's on, baby, check this out. Your lines. As we're going to stick with this inside wave here. But this is where it can really start to get tricky. Really want to pick the eyes out of that outside section as it hits the bricks there, Jay, and before it sort of runs into that deep water. Oh, correcting things in the devil and expertly there. Looked like Isabella maybe. No. You got new surfers sort of sneaking into the lineup. See a few jumping off the jump rock there. And that one will go into deep water. That, in fact, I'll let you know who that was. That is Anat Leilor. Anat Leilor there. Great to see her surf.
Yeah, an awesome addition to the tour.
Isn't she?
And another surfer now on the backhand as we get closer. I wonder who it is. Got Carissa Moore up and off there.
Yeah. Hopefully getting the pronunciation right. See those boils really showing up on the face there, and just gives the surfers a little clue about where they want to be.
Yeah, there's a few good markers that we won't share, but there might be a staircase or something, and there might be a few flax bushes, a few harakeke bushes around that we kind of line up with. This is obviously the 4th event, and it's marking the 50th year of the World Tour. So the 2026 WSL Championship Tour.
50 years.
Yeah.
Epic.
Obviously, we got the combined men's and women's 12-stop global tour. And awesome that we have actually increased the women's division up from 18. So it's now at 24, which I think is a great addition.
Yeah, didn't realise that. That's so cool. I thought, I think that's been a little talking point for a while, eh? Should be, a few more on there. That is awesome, mate.
Yeah, so we've got, obviously, stops 1 till 9, just to have, we've got a little break in the action. We'll feature the full field of 36 men and 24 women. And then the field is narrowed to 24 men and 16 women for stops 10 and 11, which will determine the world title contenders. And then we've got a bit of a revitalised Pipe Masters that will close the season with an all-inclusive world title showdown, which is awarding 1.5 times the points for the winners. So it's going to be all eyes on pipe at the end of the year, which is awesome. And the
Yeah.
world champs this year will be decided by season-long rankings. A man and a woman with the most points at the end of the season, with the surfers' best 9 out of 12 events counting. So you got 3 kind of throwaway results.
Yeah.
And I know
Throwaways.
potentially a few of the surfers have already maybe got their 3 throwaways that they're not too stoked on.
Pressure's on, mate.
But yeah, so it's reduced. The field is reduced after stop number 9, which is lower trestles over there in the United States. And that's when you'll have your 24 men, 16 women. Smaller numbers means potentially a smaller running time. So we can kind of hopefully pick the eyes out of it.
So those reduced field will surf at the wave pool at Abu Dhabi
Sure will.
and Peniche in Portugal.
Yeah, that's
So
at
it
stop
works
10
out.
and 11. Yep.
And then everyone comes back in for pipe, which is the final event. That's how it's working, yeah?
That's exactly how it's working, yeah, Simon. It's pretty cool to see. And it's cool to just see something different. Obviously, we've had the final 5 for the last few years, and the anticipation and the kind of excitement around that was pretty amazing. But we're kind of gone back a little bit to how it used to be with season-long rankings. And I'm excited to see how this actually works, especially with the 1.5 times points at pipe at the end of the year.
Yeah. So have they ever had... so these 2 events is interesting, isn't it? Stop 10 at the Surf Abu Dhabi Wave Pool and Stop 11 in Peniche in Portugal is going to be a reduced field. So they're going to sort of do a little temporary cut there for a second and then back in at pipe with everyone. Which is interesting, eh? So, you know, you can make what you want of that for your WSL fantasy picks. And pretty cool.
That is pretty cool. We've got a long way to go, though. We are only at stop number 4 here in Whangaroa Raglan. Another little addition to the tour while we're kind of chatting about those is the removal of the non-elimination round. So there's no 3-person heats anymore. Straight into. Like, the stakes are high. And we've seen some pretty heavy results go down in that first round. Some surfers getting knocked out of that first round. It's ruthless.
Gnarly.
So
gnarly.
it's kind of, your eyeballs are glued to the screen the whole time because every heat there's something going down. And it's pretty cool to see that. So no non-elimination round.
Yeah, so it's real, you know, they've really upped the stakes, haven't they? I love what they've done with the tour and makes it so exciting to watch. And, you know, as soon as it's on, it's not like, oh, I'll just wait for it. It's on, baby. The action comes thick and fast as soon as the rounds start, you know. And same for the Challenger Series as well, I reckon. It's great to watch, isn't it? It's almost as fun to watch as the World Tour, eh?
It's very fun.
It's really cool the way it's working out. And beautiful little karate chop to the pocket there. Dealing with that devil wind beautifully here.
Yeah, Alyssa Spencer. And looking to come in. We are getting to that time. Local time 11:27. So see a few male athletes starting to head out into the water. They have the lineup from 11:30 till 1 o'clock. Got someone finishing this one. Looks like Yolanda Hopkins finishing off there.
She looks like she's in great form.
Got a tough first round heat as well with Erin Brooks, so that's going to be fireworks.
Oh, can't wait for that, eh? So sick. And someone just recognising that devil wind might be good for a couple of years. It sure is, I think. Straight into those lefts.
And a last little wave there for Erin Brooks. Super fast through the lip on that one. Throwing it into the wind. A little bit of a tricky section with those lumps and those big ribs coming across, but throws it up. And I'm pretty excited to see some of that go down.
She's got game, man. She can, you know, she got a serious air game, Erin Brooks. I think a lot of people took notice when Kelly sort of got behind her at that event at Fiji. I think it was a couple of years back, and you know, people were like, oh, is this chick the real deal? Well, hey, you know, if Kelly's in her corner, you know, she's the real deal. And Erin Brooks, one of the exciting talents on tour these days, pushing the sport to new realms.
Yeah, and obviously a star in the most recent surf film that's come out, all-female surf film nowadays. Erin Brooks' section was insane. And a big section there, tagging it. So,
Yowza.
and we were just talking about the kind of new format, especially with the world title decider. luckily the WSL have done some research for us, and I was kind of worried. I was like, shoot, can the world title be decided before? We've seen that in the past. We've seen world titles be decided in Portugal an event or two earlier, but under the new format and based on like the past results from years ago, the world title would be decided at the Pipe Masters every year going back to 2010. So in theory it's possible, but it is quite unlikely, which means that last event of the year it's going to be all eyes on.
I like that. And I like how, you know, I mean, personally for me, I like how the surfers all get a shot at each stop. And you might have recognised that last surfer in the green. Ladies and gentlemen, none other than Felipe Toledo in the water now as the men are going to start to sort of mix in with the girls and take over the session there. But, yeah, that's right. Grommies, don't go anywhere. Feast your eyes because Felipe's in the water. And this is Carissa Moore here. Beautiful surfing from Carissa, shaping her body into that top turn. Isn't she lovely to watch, and in great form, mum power.
Oh yeah, it's awesome to see her travelling with her family.
Yeah,
and coming
so
back
cool
to Aotearoa, New Zealand. So a little bit of a changeover now. Probably see our female athletes catch their last wave, maybe come in, grab a little Raglan roast coffee, warm up a little bit because the water temp isn't freezing at the moment, but that wind's pretty cold.
Yep.
And seeing here, we've got Tia Zabrowski ripping her way through this one, finding the lip multiple times, so it's a good last wave to come in on. A little confidence booster until she probably heads out for an Arvo session when the men and women combine again.
Yeah, look forward to that. That's a great little setup. Great little addition, these training days from the WSL. It's really cool. WSL Fantasy Live training day you're watching if you just joined us. Kia ora koutou. Down here, the west coast of Aotearoa, New Zealand, the Corona Cero New Zealand Pro, presented by Bonsoy. And yeah, as I said, it's a great addition, these training days. Great chance to get your fantasy surf team on lock, baby. Ooh, yeah.
Ooh. Bit of an awkward fall there for Katie Simmers. We saw Betty Lou absolutely bout her last one as well, so
definitely want to get caught up like that with the fins. You see Katie expertly just kicking that away with her front foot as the board folded over there. Jedi Knight type feel there from Katie Simmers.
Yeah, that was very well done.
Yeah.
Bella Kenworthy, getting a little closer. One of her very good friends. And that is the green rashy, which means the men have entered the lineup.
So 11:32. So for all our women athletes, you can start making your way, catching the last waves, making your way out of the water when the guys start coming out. Haven't had any official sort of hand smacking words yet about that, but I'm guessing that's the way it's working. I've also got an inside rock hugger here. What's this one?
Yeah, Tyler Wright finishing off there.
Tyler finding some timing there, and that was, yeah, beautiful hit. She likes that last wave, Tyler. I think she kind of needed that, and she looks like she's betcha she's going to feel a lot better after that last wave. And the legendary Tyler Wright is in the draw, folks. Tyler, 2 world titles? Yeah. 2 or 3, Jay? 2 world titles Tyler got, didn't she? Yeah. There we go. See that wave there with the beautiful pan back camera spot. You can see that sort of signalling that low tide ledge there, that wave. Just a real kind of a shower there, as you could call it.
And when we talk about Manu Bay being surfed slightly differently than kind of what usually would happen with the local surfers, it's a low Ferreira on that big day. Most of the time, we've got our local surfers. When it's a bit bigger, that ledge section you're looking to pull in. He was flying past it and just launching off that end section. It's something that we've kind of always, I guess, dreamed about seeing, but he was doing it, and it was amazing to see. So pretty exciting stuff there from Italo.
Yeah, as I say, I know there was a lot of old school locals up on the hill that night, and they were tipping the hat to you know, to Italo and Gabby and all the others out there doing what they were doing. And it's not easy for the hardcore core Lord Raglan locals to tip their hat, but it was hats off up on the grass up there the other night. It was wicked, epic stuff, and a great performance from all top pros as they found themselves looking at some pumping Manu Bay.
You just saw Morgan before working his way down the point. Morgan's backhand is one of those talking points. Underrated, and it's so good to see him again. We obviously saw him in his rookie season. His backhand taking down John a couple times. Just got memories of him at North Narrabeen. And he did this one turn, 3/4 of his board was out the back of the wave. It was unbelievable.
Yeah, he's going to be taking on Billy Stearman, who's got a few legendary tales of his own. I remember pumping, like, say, 15-foot Margaret River. Billy Stearman takes down Kelly with a couple of backhand hammers, and I'm talking about solid. They were on the left at Margie's out of main break there. Billy Stearman decided enough was enough, just drew off the bottom on about a 12-footer and squared up a couple of turns for a 9. Something took down Kelly. Definitely a sort of wall hanger memory moment for Billy.
Definitely was. I reckon we should ask him some questions about it, because he's definitely not had enough. I think every interview he ever does, he's getting asked about that heat. But someone even just tucked in for a little tube there, didn't find the exit, did clamp on them. It's not kind of at that size where we're going to see the ledge really light up. It shows its face, but then it does kind of clamp down, fatten up, and then you can see the surface go to work down the line.
This is the unmistakable figure of the effervescent Felipe Toledo. Let's see what he's got for us here. Oh, beautiful carve as he rakes that sandbar runner just before it goes into deep water. Lovely guy, isn't he, Felipe? He was standing up on the entranceway yesterday, and he just, come past and, offered his hand out. And he shook my hand. I was like, yo, bro, chill. Super nice, super welcoming. And,
yeah, he's a family man, isn't he?
Family man.
And it was actually really cool. I saw a little podcast of him talking about kind of his why about competing, and it's all going back to family. And he seems in a really, really positive headspace, which is cool to see.
Yeah, it can't be easy, being, this as a rock star kind of surfer. He's such a talent, and holds himself so well. Commendable. Super nice guy.
And here we go.
Wow, check it out, ladies and gentlemen, for your viewing pleasure right here.
We've got Italo, he's had 7 coffees and 15 Red Bulls, and here we go. What we're looking forward to, throwing that one into the nor'easter.
And he's been standout, guys, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, for your fantasy surfing picks. I mean, hey, I'm not going to go against what they said on the Largo podcast yesterday. Well, actually, I am. I'm saying Italo, he's looking solid. I don't think those Largo boys have been here watching the free surfing. Clearly not, because Italo is on fire, baby. And lock in your WSL Fantasy Live picks before the heat starts.
Here goes Morgs, looking to start this one, throwing the tail, but coming unstuck. I'm kind of having a think. We're talking about fantasy, obviously, a lot. This is a great chance for you to see who's performing, who you're liking the look of out here at Raglan. But is everyone going to end up having the same team? We're kind of telling everyone, Gabe's going well, Italo's going well. We might end up all having the same team. Going to have to maybe throw a couple wild cards and hope that some people that maybe you don't expect are going to go a bit further. We see Zhao Chianca there coming through. He's been fast. He's been electric out here.
Yeah, sure has.
He's getting his fair share of waves too. It's been good to see.
He's getting bags of waves. Giles been owning it. He was out when we got here. I think came in, scoffed a sandwich from the catering, and he's back out there now. Look at that. Wonderful scenes as the crowd fills in here on the WSL Fantasy Live Training Day. Corona Zero New Zealand Pro presented by Bonsoy, Manu Bay, Aotearoa on the west coast of New Zealand.
You know, you talk to different people around the place. Some of the locals will say that low tide's are the best. Some will say high tide's the best. Some of them will say mid-incoming. Some will say mid-outgoing. Everyone has their favourite mood of or face of Manu Bay. Patient stuff here. And a couple of good turns coming from that patience as this thing winds through. Not a bad little mid-range runner. Yeah, Alejo there, Alejo Munez, winding through that wave. He's been ripping, Alejo. Saw him at the warm-up at Snapper Rocks, and I was like, holy moly. And you see those boils I was talking about earlier, just that low tide. It looks like Ramsey Bukaim. Just such a treat to watch, isn't he? Hailing from those long right-handers of Morocco, but look at this, he's loving his chance to go left. I'll put the curse on him there, but yeah, Ramsey, super determined for a result. And those round one matchups, whew, get your picks in for the fantasy, WSL Fantasy. Great chance, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, great chance to get your picks in for your fantasy surfer. And the men have taken over the lineup. Let's see some of our amazing women athletes signing a few autographs down there on the grass. The Gommies are in froth overload. If you just joined us, kia ora koutou, welcome on site. WSL Fantasy Live Training Day at the Corona Cero New Zealand Pro, presented by Bonsoy. Rock and roll, baby, it's on. And not officially, but pretty sure we're going to get a start tomorrow, guys. And we'll wait for that official call later on, though. Sport of Kings, isn't it? Never easy organising surf comps, you know, Mother Nature. And I can tell you, we're working with the finest here with the WSL, Steve and the crew, and they've been wonderful. It's great to meet everyone, and it's been some sort of undertaking, and things are taking shape here. Hope everyone's had a lovely morning and found their way out here with no problems and stuff. And enjoy your ride out. If you're coming out on the bus, enjoy it. Great chance to, you know, leave the car at home. They've got things set up at the airport there for the shuttle system. And they've got some really good people at WSL figuring everything out and leaving no stone unturned. And a little small runner just sort of catching the crew out a little bit there. Looks like about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's only about 8 surfers in the water at the moment. A few of the crew might have gone and grabbed some lunch and they might be coming out, but we've got a super session for the WSL Fantasy Live Training Day taking place right here. We've got Ichilo, we've got Felipe, we've got Ramsey, we've got Zhao Shanka, we've got Morgan out there. This here, got Alejo Munez is in the water as well. Pretty sick, these little super session training heats.
And Felipe up and riding. I'm back. Simon, I'm back. Have I missed anything?
Oh, I missed you. No. You've missed a couple of good reps, mate. Nothing too much. Here goes Ishalo, Jay, just in time to see those wave, mate.
Yeah. Finding that first section is going to be quite crucial, I think, especially at this kind of tide. If you can manage to get a good opening turn on that first section, especially when it's quite steep, I think that's going to really set up the rest of the wave and also get you in that rhythm, because it's all about finding rhythm. Does he need rhythm? It's a low throw in the tail. Beautifully bring it round. he'll just be licking his lips with this win like this. You know, he's just like perfect. The board's just going to stick to my feet. I can go in as inverted as I want, and the board's going to be stuck to my feet. So pretty exciting.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, check it out. Italo Ferreira out there warming up for your viewing pleasure. Doesn't he just, dunked in a cauldron of Red Bull at birth, Italo, and hard for him to slow down. Goodness me, we love it. Don't slow down, mate. Don't ever slow down. Isn't he just wonderful to watch, as are all these athletes, actually. I've been really enjoying this. Such a treat. The pros are in town here for the Corona Cero New Zealand Pro presented by Bonsoy, and it's the WSL Fantasy Live Training Day.
And we don't actually have too much longer to go, Simon. We've got till midday here, local time, so 15 minutes left of this. So this is kind of your last chance to get a good look at the senior fantasy team if you are watching on YouTube. Thanks for tuning in. It's been a pretty awesome morning. We've seen everything.
Yeah, it's flown by, yeah.
And we've kind of got a really good idea of who's looking in form, which I'm just going to say from my point of view, everyone's looking in form. It's pretty cool. I think it's just because I'm so used to seeing, not taking anything away from the locals. They're amazing. But when you see a CT quality surfer,
he mimed Luke Cedarman to me just then, but I didn't want to say it on air, but no.
Yeah, odd CD. But no, when you see a CT
rips.
quality surfer come out here and light up the point, it's pretty mind-blowing.
Yeah.
So,
no, 110%, man. Couldn't agree more, Jay. It is sure is a treat. WSL Fantasy Live Training Day, as Jay just mentioned. Get your picks in. And so, after 12 o'clock, I think we are. There's the Rising Tides coming up later on. That's going to be pretty cool to see. And the Groms have been losing sleep and just counting off the days like Christmas to get to this cool day where they get to hang out with the pros. Under 14 Groms competing for that Rising Tide. They had their own little cut line in our national events. We just finished our national season, our national calendar. We've been, tip to toe. We did the South Island Championships down into Dunedin. We've been out to Piha, to Whangamata, to the Mount. We've been all over and finished the New Zealand Grom Series, and that's decided our Rising Tide surfers. Who we got coming over the rocks? It's like maybe
Ethan Ewing.
Yeah, Ethan.
Ethan doing the little rock hop, opting to paddle out halfway down the point. There is a few different ways you can get into the water here. You can go off jump rock, and there's low tide jump rock, high tide jump rock, kind of like a mid tide jump rock, but it can be a bit treacherous. And in saying that, walking over low tide across all those rocks can also be treacherous. We've got Zhao Chianca up and riding now, linking his way through.
Zhao, he's so well rounded, isn't he? We know what he's like in the juice and small wave game. Second, right up there, Zhao. He's had some great waves, as I said this morning, Jay. Zhao's been shredding.
There has been quite a few waves doing that, and surfers kind of not maybe identifying the right wave that they want, and then having to kind of pull off halfway down. You want those ones that have the double up, and just looking from my point of view, this one is going to start running. And we've got Morgan up and riding now. So it does go a little bit sleepy. You've got to see if it does stand up as it moves down towards the sandbar. This one, sleepy. Morgs not looking too interested, which is fair enough. It did kind of die out on him. And the other thing is the tide's still dropping out. We've got a low tide at 1:37, so the tide's going to carry on going out for almost another couple of hours.
Yeah, so still a lot of tide to go. I know the tides weren't that big at the start of this week, and they'll be getting bigger, up to a maximum tide dropping and a high tide, maximum low tide, maximum high tide. So the week starting off with not big tides, and they're getting bigger and bigger as the week goes on, which should be more beneficial for the waves, I would have thought.
Yeah, the tides do affect it a lot. And just to give you an idea of how big our tides are in New Zealand, because obviously it's different everywhere. This morning we had a high of 3.1 metres. That was at 7:20 this morning. And then we've got a low at 1:37 of 0.6.
There's someone sitting in quite a good takeoff spot here where they can get under the hood. It looks like, is that Alejo?
Tagging that thing on the end. Finding one of those ones that gives them a lip.
Looking sharp. Great surfer, isn't he? So, who is looking ready for a win out there, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, for your fantasy surfer? Who should you have on your fantasy team? And this is your chance right here. Golden opportunity. The WSL Fantasy Live Training Day. Get your fantasy teams on the go out there. And to all our viewers from across the world, kia ora kato. Great to have your company out in YouTube land. And everyone down here in the sunshine as well, welcome along. So wonderful to have everyone in attendance for this training day. A nice easy takeoff here. Looks like Ramsey Bukayam.
Yeah, the Moroccan taken off.
Some sort of talent, isn't he?
Once again, that wave kind of fizzling out. So we've seen a few. It's really important wave selection, which I guess the good thing about this is they're getting experience out when it's like this, and it looks pumping. It looks really fun, but you've got to make sure that you pick the right wave that gives you the sections to perform on.
Yeah.
You could get a wave here and you're just going to do 20 cutbacks. It's all about finding those ones like Alejo's last that you get 2 turns up through the lip. Critical turns, the judges are going to love it. Or maybe you're like Asolo and you find a big air section and you're throwing the tail into the wind. But Morg's connecting down. Sorry, it's not Morg's. And it looks like Bell's winner, Miguel Pupo, out in the water.
Nice. Great start for Miguel this year. No, doing a great job, Jay. And as I said, it can be hard to decipher for us up here. But we're really privileged and really thankful for our spot up here on the hill. And we've got a beautiful vantage. So thank you to the construction crew. Thank you to the site crew. Ramsey Bukayam here. Is going to look for this thing to give him a bit of sandbar love.
So just around about 10 minutes left on the stream. We're wrapping up at midday. We're watching a few smaller sets. A little bit of a late takeoff on the end section of the ledge there, so that's what it can do. It can kind of lurch up out of nowhere and then really go. Looks like maybe Kellen Robson. Big smile on his face. But there's not too many surfers currently in the water.
Yeah.
We saw earlier it was packed. It was jam-packed. You had pretty much everyone out there.
Yeah, it's kind of quiet out there.
We had probably 24 of the world's best female surfers, and then we probably had 36 of the world's best men surfers out there. But now it is looking a bit quieter, and maybe some of them are thinking, wow, I've had a good session this morning.
Yeah.
Maybe my heat's not going to be on when the tide's going to be lower, and I might just cruise and then maybe wait for the tide to come in a little bit later on and the conditions to potentially improve.
Yeah, no doubt there's that kind of thing going through the surfers and the coaches, and they'll be running through, like you say, mate, all those different tides. Had a little chat to Micro yesterday. Of course, Micro looking after Rio Waida, the pride of Indonesia. And Rio looking lethal out here. Once he peeled himself off the jump rock the other week.
Yeah, looked like he might have got to know Jump Rock a little bit too well.
Yeah, intimate meeting from Rio Waida with Jump Rock there. Bless him. It's just got smashed out there. And it can be, it was sizey, it was a chunky day, huh, Jay, the day that Rio got smashed on the rocks. Those days are pretty tricky at Jump Rock.
Yeah, they sure are. You got to be careful, and especially when it's high tide, that's kind of where it gets. We can kind of see Jump Rock looking out a little bit over there. We're probably looking almost at low tide Jump Rock there, so you can kind of see what you're dealing with. A lot of the time, low tide, the danger comes with slipping on all that seaweed, and you're not going to really get taken out by a big wave. But as the tide fills in, it's a bit more of a jump. It's a bit more of timing it with a wave. And over the years, I've seen many boards get dinged, many feet get scraped, and kind of many egos get a bit checked, I guess.
Yeah, it's a bit like Lennox, little bit like that. Same sort of things. You can sit here on a good day and get, like I say, get some really good entertainment value. People trying to get in and get out of the water.
Yeah, and it is one way to get the kind of adrenaline spiking before you get in the water, and then you got to deal with about 100 people out in the water, so dodging things left, right, and centre.
I like to go to the boat ramp personally, so I can get a good look at it and maybe pick up some inside runners. Obviously not on this tide, but I like to just cruise down. Or you can go when Tom Curran was here for the Rip Curl comp. I think it was last year or the year before. Tom just went down and surfed the peak down at Half Moon Bay, right on the inside here. There's like a peak. And Tom went out and surfed that. Of course, Tom Curran went out and surfed that all on his own. It is wonderful to see Pat Curran as well. And some great moments we had there. It was great to have a couple of days with Tom and Pat. So there's just 5 minutes left of the live stream. So yeah, if you have been joining us, thank you so much for your company. I hope you've enjoyed the WSL Fantasy Live Training Day this morning. Corona Zero New Zealand Pro presented by Bonsoy. And get your fantasy teams picked. There's a great chance. Golden opportunity right here, Geezer. Get your picks in. Look at that. Beautiful. Is that look like Morgs maybe?
Yeah, Morgs throwing the tail. Showing us what he's made of, which is exciting to see. I am excited for that first round matchup.
So pumped on those first round matchups. Get your fantasy in. Who's going to win? Who should you have on your fantasy team? Who's looking ready for a win? It's a great thing to play. Fantasy Surfer, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Get into it.
Felipe on a smaller one, working it down. Is it going to stand up? We know what he can do on his backhand, especially in the air, so that could be pretty exciting.
He looks like board testing something different maybe than what he was riding yesterday. Looks like a little touch wider maybe through the nose there, Felipe's got. I was cracking up, see Ishlo coming through the airport with his train of board coffins.
Yeah.
Funny.
3 coffins in a row strapped together walking out. It's great.
Yeah. He's a legend, isn't he?
The life of a pro surfer.
Yeah. Great. I love the different characters, And Ishlo's one of the brightest, isn't he? And it's great to see all the different characters. I think that's one of the great things about the World Tour, the WSL World Tour, is, the different characters and the way they carry themselves and the way they compete and the little rivalries that develop. It's always been a big part of the tour, and it's no different in 2026. And so have a look at the matchups, guys. Get your fantasy surf team rocking and rolling.
Yeah, we've only got a few minutes left, but we might as well talk through who is actually in the fantasy tiers, because it is exciting to have a little look. So tier A, you can choose between Ethan Ewing, Gabriel Medina, George Pitar, Italo Ferreira, Leonardo Fioravanti, Miguel Pupo, Samuel Pupo, and Iago Dora. So good luck choosing 2. In tier B, we've got Alejo Muniz, which was seen out in the water. Barry Mamiya has been looking sharp. Callum Robson was out as well. Cole Hauschman, Con O'Leary, Crosby Colapinto, Felipe Toledo, Griffin Colapinto, Jack Robinson, Jake Marshall, Zhao Chianca, Joel Vaughan, Geordie Smith, Kanoa Garashi, Kaoli Vast, Liam O'Ryan, Marco Migno, Mateus Hurdy, Rio Waida, and Seth Mani. So
wow,
good luck choosing 2 from there.
Goodness me, that's crazy. Wow.
And then tier C, Al Cleland Jr., local wildcard, Billy Stearman, Eli Hanneman, Luke Thompson, Morgan Spillett, Oscar Berry, Ramsey Buchheim, and Tom Bartlett.
And even wow for the third tier, eh? I mean,
so you can choose 6 surfers, 2 from each tier.
Oh, goodness me.
That's a low throw in the tail again.
That was freak stuff from Ishlo right there. But yeah, how cool is it? How cool is the tour set up like that? This fantasy surf as well. It's just wonderful. Get involved, folks. Get on there if you're not signed in or logged in. Check it out. WSL Fantasy Surfer.
And a bit of a zoomed out shot there if you're watching the live broadcast. Looking up towards the north, up there in the distance. Auckland, about 2 hours away driving. So you're close as. New Zealand's great. We've obviously been spending a lot of time in Australia with the Aussie treble that's just happened, which is a huge country, but New Zealand, it's small. We're tucked away, and you can pretty much hop coast to coast for day missions, go and chase waves, and you get a kind of look at scenery like that, which, what could you not like?
Yeah. Geography, you know, it's kind of big in New Zealand. If you got a car, you're rolling, you got some time. Like I say, you score waves most days of the year. And just such a stunning place to travel in.
So a little bit tricky, it looks like conditions, to be honest, are deteriorating a little bit. Be interesting to see if any surfers do opt to sit down the sandbar a little bit further. We're not quite seeing those same sets as we did earlier, but look at the crowds on the screen.
Yeah, pouring in. If you're just joining us, kia ora koutou. Great to see you down here. WSL Fantasy Live Training Day, and the crew are out there for the world's best in the water for your viewing pleasure right here.
And we have just ticked over 12 o'clock, so we'll keep talking. But assuming if you were joining us on YouTube, thanks so much for tuning in. I hope you enjoyed the WSL Fantasy Live Training Day at the Cero New Zealand Pro, presented by Bonsoy. We've seen some amazing surfing. I hope you can help choose your fantasy team. Get that locked in. Miguel Pupo, a little claim into the tube. And big thanks from myself. Obviously Simon and Gav joining us earlier. It's been good to get the ball rolling, and it's good to see surfers and rashies doing their thing on the point.
Yeah, absolutely. Ethan Ewing here, ladies and gentlemen. Ethan, and just that was really organic, wasn't it? Wanted to throw that air rev, pulls it off. Ethan Ewing, hey, he's no slouch on his backhand. Ramsey Bukayem finding his flow out here. There's a beautiful set coming in. One of the bigger waves we've seen in a little while there. Yeah, but do come in, check out festivities. They've got awesome little skate ramp set up there. We've got a beautiful, massive, big, huge screen. And you can sit on the lovely picnic tables there and watch the action. I'm pretty sure the Corona Cero bar is going to fire up. Looks like they've all got a thumbs up for that down there. Don't quote me on that one, but yeah, looking pretty good. And WSL Fantasy Live Training Day, Cero New Zealand Pro, presented by Bonsoy. Almost time for a Bonsoy brew break. And we'll be whipping down to grab a bite to eat. If you have joined us, yeah, kia ora koutou. Come on in. Enjoy the fun. Training day. Felipe Toledo.
Just had word that we might be carrying on till 1 o'clock, Simon, so
yeah, rock and roll.
Keep it rolling. The men are out there in the water.
Hey, why not?
Oh,
beautiful hack in the pocket there, Felipe. I thought that thing had gone into the sandbar, and it stood up for Felipe. Oh,
he's still going down the line.
What kind of favours has he pulled here? It's just an absolute gem of a wave. So let's have a look there. So there's that sandbar that Jay was talking about earlier. So Felipe, the first one to sort of make the connection, and some sort of connection too, is that thing stood up and he just levelled it, got square for that vertical hit in the pocket. Felipe going right through the sandbar. time for Jay and myself to say goodbye. So thank you everyone out there in YouTube land for tuning in. Really appreciate your company for the WSL Fantasy Live Training Day. And we'll be catching up with you guys again shortly. I'm Simon Fritchley, and I've been joined by Jay Piper-Hillian. Jay?
Yeah, thanks, Simon. We're going to sign it off there, guys. Look out for the call for tomorrow. And have a great afternoon.
Thank you for joining us out there on YouTube land. Have a great afternoon, and we'll see you again shortly. Kia ora.